Let the countdown begin. Raze back live again. Pop culture, entertainment, of course, the hot topics. Traveling somewhere in the tropics. Usually reserved for smoke show panels, $1 million plays. We expanding the channel, they say opinions like assholes. Watch your mouth at all times and don't mess up the cash flow. We live.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Raze back live again on this Thursday early morning live stream, guys. Hit that like button. The time has come. The time has come. Kid Cudi is on the stand right now inside the Manhattan courtroom to testify against Diddy. Right now, he is on the stand. And we're going to go inside the courtroom, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. Earlier, right before Kid Cudi took the stand, we had the guy finish up his testimony from yesterday that was on the stand that was granted immunity. And he just said, you know, he witnessed Cassie getting beat up, and that he was, told by Diddy to cover up her face. Cover up her face so the scars won't be seen. So basically, he was making $125,000 a year to be Diddy's assistant, this guy right here. And he covered up the scars on Cassie's face after he witnessed, Diddy beating her up, I believe on a plane or whatever. He said others witnessed also. They asked him why didn't he ever step in. He said, look, his job was on the line. He didn't want to be fired. His career was on the line. So I guess that's why he asked for immunity yesterday, or he pleaded the fifth and they gave him immunity so he won't get prosecuted. I guess he figured that he was covering up a crime. He said he bought like drugs for Diddy, such as ecstasy and other stuff that Diddy likes to take. So he covered himself. He was granted the immunity. But right now, Kid Cudi is on the stand. Hit the like button, guys. You guys come in. And feds are trying to prove RICO. The feds are trying to prove RICO. And this is some of the stuff, like I said yesterday. Arson, bribery, counterfeiting, distribution of controlled substance, extortion, gambling, homicide, kidnapping, mail fraud, money laundering, robbery, wire fraud, witness tampering, and the main one, arson, because Kid Cudi is on the stand right now testifying, and that is going to come up. We all heard the story. Rapper Kid Cudi dating Cassie back in around 2011. Diddy getting jealous and threatening Kid Cudi to blow up his car, in which it indeed allegedly happened. And like I said, I put that it's on the list. Arson is on that RICO list of stuff that falls underneath the RICO. So the prosecutors are trying to prove RICO right now. I'm going to go inside the courtroom. We're going to see what's going on. What is Kid Cudi saying? I can tell you right now, the first thing they asked him, they said, who are you? The prosecutors asked, and what do you do for your career? He said he's a rapper and an actor, right? So that was the first question they asked him. And shout out to Ronan Travelers in the building. Shout out to you, Ronan. How you doing, Ronan? Hope all is well with you, Ronan. Let's see. Okay, so we're looking at some of the testimony right now from Kid Cudi. Now, prosecutor has just asked Kid Cudi. Hit the like button, guys. You guys come in. All right, about Cassie. They asked about Cassie. Showed a photo of Cassie, and his Kid Cudi's name is Scott Muscudi, but we're gonna say this Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi said, "Yeah, that's Cassie," and he said we dated in 2011. Prosecutor, who else was she involved with? Kid Cudi says Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutor, what did you know about their status? Kid Cudi, that she and Sean Diddy Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Okay. So that's the first line of questioning from the prosecutors to Kid Cudi, who is now on the stand. And hit the like button, hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. This is Kid Cudi being questioned right now by the prosecutors. All right, prosecutor, what was her demeanor? Kid Cudi, very stressed and worried. Where did you go? The Sunset Marquise. Prosecutor asks, why? Kid Cudi, I thought it was safe off the radar. So they went, all right, safe off the radar. So I'm just getting these updates from inside the courtroom. All right, prosecutor, in December 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home? Kid Cudi, yes. I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said Diddy Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up. So I did, yeah. Prosecutor, why? She was worried. All right, so she was worried. Okay. What was her demeanor? Very stressed and worried. Where did you go? The Sunset Marquise. Why? I thought it was safe. So he picked her up after Diddy found out about their relationship. Diddy was pissed off. She hit up Kid Cudi, and he went and picked her up and took her to the Marquise because he said he thought it was safe. Okay, so now we're caught up. Who else did you speak with? Ex-prosecutor. Kid Cudi says, Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. Prosecutor, what did she say? Kid Cudi says that Sean Diddy Combs in the car near my house. Objection, says the Combs lawyer says objection. Judge says overruled. Prosecutor, you called Sean Combs? Kid Cudi, I did. He said I'm over here waiting for you. Prosecutor, when you arrived, what did the outside look like? Kid Cudi says pretty normal. Prosecutor, any security camera? Kid Cudi, yes, but I found out they weren't working. Kid Cudi, but the security cameras had been moved. Did you move them? Kid Cudi says no. Prosecutor, what did you see inside your home? Kid Cudi, gifts were open. Some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom. So somebody broke into Kid Cudi's house. He says his dog was locked up in the bathroom. Some gifts were opened up. All right, so you guys are watching the testimony of Kid Cudi right now, testifying against Sean Diddy Combs. So we have a black rapper testifying against another, rapper. This is good. This is interesting. We'll see how the jury takes to this. Remember, they have to prove, Rico, they have to prove that, or the jury is going to have to believe that Diddy actually burnt this guy's car. And like I kept showing you guys, that Rico, underneath the Rico Act, arson falls underneath the Rico. So people kept asking yesterday, you know what I'm saying? Well, Diddy wasn't arrested for certain things. Well, this whole list I got on the screen, this falls under Rico. And arson is up there, right there at the top. Brad Jones, Free Diddy, Blue Dolphin everywhere. Yeah, so but right now Kid Cudi is on the stand testifying that, Diddy found out. Cassie was scared. He went to pick Cassie up. And then they asked him about a break-in inside of his home. So right now he's talking about the break-in inside of his home, which I didn't even know that he had a break-in inside his home. He said his dog was locked up in the bathroom. Some gifts were opened up. So we'll see what he said next after that. Hit the like button. Fascinating-ish so far, says Africa. Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if Kid Cudi buries Diddy with this whole arson deal. You know what I'm saying? It said, you called Sean Combs. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. When you arrived, what did the outside look like? Pretty normal. Any security camera? Yes, but I found out they weren't working. So I guess he's talking about the security cameras in his home, because Diddy said, I'm waiting for you. But the security cameras had been moved. Did you move them? No. So they're saying he's testifying that Diddy said he's waiting for Kid Cudi, around his home. So okay. Trump will pardon Diddy. Well, at least not now. If he does do it, it'll be, towards the end of his term, Buck Travel. So here's where we at right now. Kid Cudi saying that he talked to Diddy, and Diddy told him that he's waiting for him. So Kid Cudi went to his home, to his own home, Kid Cudi's home, after, meeting up with Cassie, because Cassie was scared, and they went to a hotel, whatever. I think Trump will pardon Diddy, but it won't be for free. Know what I mean? My man Raze back at it again. Shout out to Desmond. Salute Desmond. Yeah, man, Desmond. Yo, Kid Cudi saying that Diddy said he's, I guess, at his home. He was at his home. There was a break-in at Kid Cudi's home. So man, shout out to Desmond. So let's go ahead. It's another update coming out of this courtroom. Okay. Kid Cudi says, I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, So Kid Cudi said he wanted to fight Sean Combs. Did he answer? Asked the prosecutor. Kid Cudi said, yeah. He said, I'm on my way. I thought to myself, then Combs' lawyer says, objection. Judge says, grounds, ? Diddy's lawyer says, non-responsive. And then judge says, overruled. Okay. And it goes on to say, prosecutor says, what did you say? Kid Cudi says that I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog. Prosecutor, did you and Miss Cassie Ventura break up? ? Kid Cudi says, yes. Prosecutor, what about your car? All right, here's the car. Kid Cudi says, my dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. Boom. Boom. Judge says, ask a new question. So the judge stepped in and said, ask a new question after the whole my car was on fire thing. Prosecutor, when you saw Cassie, how did she seem? ? Kid Cudi says she seemed depressed. Prosecutor, did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Kid Cudi says yes, she needed it. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs call you? Kid Cudi says yes, he hit me a few times. Prosecutor says hit? ? Kid Cudi says hit meaning called me. So not a physically strike, but called. So guys, so this is it right here. Kid Cudi, is answering the questions outright. He said that, after Diddy found out, basically, this is, I'm just putting everything together. After Diddy found out, Cassie called him and said, "Hey, Diddy found out about our relationship. He's pissed off. He's mad. Come get me." So Kid Cudi rushed to pick up Cassie, took her to a hotel, and then he got in contact with Diddy somehow. And Diddy said, "I'm waiting for him outside of his house." So Kid Cudi returned to his house, found out that his house had been broken in. He said his dog was placed in the bathroom. He said that his dog was harmed somehow. He doesn't really describe how his dog was harmed. He said some gifts were opened up, and he said he wanted to fight Diddy. And then they asked him about the car burning. He said that his neighbor hit him up and said that his car was on fire. So that's where the arson comes in, guys. Arson. Now, this is up for the juries to believe this testimony. Rico. Arson is on the list of Rico. Arson. So he's testifying about arson. Okay. So arson to his car. So we'll see. But I don't know why the judge says, next line of questioning. I don't know why the judge stopped when he said that his car was on fire. I don't know why the judge told the prosecutors to move on to the next line of questioning. I don't know why. I do not know why. Do y'all guys have any idea why the judge would stop that line of questioning? We'll see. We'll see if they came back to it. Let me go back in. Let me go back in and see. Why would the judge tell them to not to change the line of questioning away from the fire of the car? I believe was at the freak offs. It's a shame with Diddy. Yeah. Well, let's see what else they got. Why would the judge tell them to stop the line of questioning about the arson? All right. All right, prosecutor, what did you say? That I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog. Prosecutor, did you and Mrs. Cassie break up? He says, yes. What about your car? My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. And then right after that, all right, where were you? Okay, where were you? Okay, where were you? All right. Prosecutor says, at a relative of my ex-girlfriend. Prosecutor, where did you go? To my house, 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. Prosecutor, let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize? All right, prosecutor. So the prosecutor showed them photos, 6 photos, and then he said, that's my Porsche. Okay, so they did continue with the line of questioning. He said, that's my Porsche. That's my Porsche. All right, okay. And then I guess that's when the judge says next line of questioning. So he said, so they showed photos of the Porsche inside the courtroom. They showed photos, and I guess the jury seen the photos. He said, that's his Porsche. I'm trying to see if they show photos of the Porsche burned. So let me see. I'm trying to get an update on that as this coming in, because these are leaking in. There's no cameras in the courtroom. These are leaking in of what's going on inside that courtroom. The testimony of Kid Cudi right now testifying against Sean Diddy Combs. Trust me, there's Paso Bros doing freako parties in those countries abroad. Well, they better keep it over there because doing it over here, it costs you millions of dollars down the road, Buck. Millions. And maybe jail if the girls come out and say you did something. All right. Now they talk about the damage to the car. All right, all right. Kid Cudi says, so in the photos, that's the damage to my Porsche from the Molotov cocktail. So he's saying that his Porsche was damaged by a Molotov cocktail. So they are showing the damage inside the courtroom to the Porsche. All right, who took these photos? Kid Cudi says, Chip, a good friend and collaborator. Prosecutor, what's depicted here? Kid Cudi says, the hole they cut in the roof of my car to put the Molotov cocktail inside. Okay, so they are showing the photos of the damage to this guy's car, Kid Cudi's car, and they're saying that they cut a hole inside the top of his car and threw the Molotov cocktail in there to burn up Diddy's car. I mean, not Diddy's car, but Kid Cudi's car. And like I keep saying, guys, Rico, Austin, right there on top of that list. Crimes that are covered by the Rico. And this is why the feds wanted to get him on Rico, because it's broad, it's wide ranging of crimes that covers it. If the jury believes what Kid Cudi is saying, and this has been out there for years that this happened, they have Diddy dead to rights. On Austin, in which falls underneath the Rico. They only have to prove two of these charges in the Rico to get a conviction. You know, so this is underneath the Rico. Of course, he still has the S trafficking portion also that he could be found guilty of. But this right here, if the jury wants to believe Kid Cudi about his car getting torched, that's awesome. Let's see what else is going. Well, let's see. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. What was your reaction to your car being set on fire? Kid Cudi says, what the F? Objection. Judge says overruled. So Diddy's team says objection. Judge says overruled. So he was pissed. He was pissed about his car getting torched, getting burned. I'm quite sure they're going to ask him how do he know that Diddy did that? So I want to see, because they're going to have to show a little evidence, right, that Diddy actually did this to his car, burnt his car, right? But like I said, I guess the jury can just decide to believe Kid Cudi, even without like physical evidence, I guess, or text messages. Judge says break. So now I think they just went on the break. They just went on a break. Man, they be breaking just when it's getting good. So the latest, what was your reaction to your car being set on fire? What the F? Objection overruled. Man. So far. So I guess they're on break for a few minutes. Kid Cudi says car was set on fire. And guys, that is underneath Rico. That falls underneath Rico, guys. Boom. Awesome. Now, when they come back, of course, the Diddy's people are going to cross-examine Kid Cudi. That's going to be interesting. I want to hear the prosecutors ask Kid Cudi, who burned your car? And do they have evidence on camera or whatever of Diddy or Diddy's team burning the car? That's going to be big. That is going to be big, because that right there falls underneath arson. Kid Cudi, just now, if you just joined us, Kid Cudi testified that his car was set on fire. He said that, Cassie, and it's always about a woman, man. It's always about a woman. It's all, guys, fellas, these women that get you jammed up, get you going to jail, get you in a fight, get you killed. Cassie hit up Kid Cudi and told Kid Cudi that she's scared because Diddy found out that they were dating in 2011 for Kid Cudi to come get her. Kid Cudi rushed like a superhero. He rushed towards Cassie, took her to a hotel because he felt it would be safe, and then he called up Diddy. Diddy told Kid Cudi that he was waiting for him outside of his house. Kid Cudi went to his house. He found out that his house had been broken into. He said his dog was harmed. His dog was put into the bathroom. I don't know what kind of harm they did to the dog. He was looking for Diddy. He and then his someone called them up. His dog sitter called them up and said, "Hey, your Porsche is on fire." Kid Cudi said he had called Diddy wanting to fight him. During that time, he found out that his Porsche was set on fire because of a Molotov cocktail that was thrown inside of his car by a hole cut open on the top of his car. So that's where we're at right now. And they have going to break. Let me see if I can find anything else that was said, but right before they went to break. This is breaking news. Flit DR. What part of DR are you going? So Flit DR in the building. Salute to you, Flit DR. What do y'all guys got to say? What do y'all guys got to say? Oh, the feds come. They bringing the heat. The feds are bringing the heat. This is huge. Austin is on that RICO. Austin falls underneath the RICO, guys. They have enough circumstantial evidence to charge Diddy with arson. Diddy going to his house, witness testimony, physical evidence. So Africa, you said the other day, I wasn't there yet. I was 50-50. But this testimony is damning. The evidence that they showed yesterday in the courtroom with the guns and the scratched off, serial numbers on the guns and stuff. The feds are bringing the heat, man. The feds are bringing the heat. Now, I've read also that later on, I don't know about today or tomorrow, I suspected this, that they will have a female go up there on that stand to say that she was indeed drugged. I don't know when, I don't know what day, but I read that they will call a female witness to say that she was drugged. So during one of those freak offs, and that's going to add to the S trafficking charge, guys. So man. Raze. What the F? Sounds like a Diddy party thing. Kid Cudi definitely in Mook activity, says Jeremy Leonardo. Now, what do you think? What do you think is good? Man, how is the jury looking at this? Do you think the jury is going to believe the rest of this testimony? We've been hearing about Diddy, torched his car. I want to hear when they ask him how does he know that Diddy torched his car, because that's going to be important. That is circumstantial evidence right now. His word versus the defense word, Africa. We're going to see. This is when I said, this is when the jury comes in. Will the jury believe Kid Cudi? You know what I'm saying? Will the jury believe Kid Cudi without physical evidence that Diddy was the one who torched his car? Now, you can put two and two together and say, yeah, he did. But, we'll see. We'll see if do they have physical evidence. They might come up with some physical evidence. Find the love in the DR with the $5 donation to Raze Travel Fund. Shout out to you. Thank you for that $5. Raze JetBlue kicked me off the flight last night going to DR. Schedule me a show this weekend. I got you. I'm on it. I'm on it, bro. I'm on it. We could, hell, maybe tonight. Tonight or tomorrow, okay? Tonight or tomorrow, tonight or tomorrow sometime, early, whatever. We can do it. Find the love in the DR. So I got you. I still got your WhatsApp. You got my number WhatsApp. So if you don't have my number WhatsApp, hit you up to Instagram. But thank you. Yeah, we gotta get that story out. We'll do a travel space topic later on tonight or tomorrow, whenever you're available. Oh man, they kicked you off the flight. Let me see if they back from break. Guys, this is breaking news. Kid Cudi is testifying against Diddy. He has showed up to court. He is testifying against Diddy. The feds are trying to bury Diddy. You know what I'm saying? They are trying to bury him right now. Last thing they asked, what was the reaction to your car being set on fire? Kid Cudi says, what the F? Objection. Judge says, overruled. And then judge says, break. If like and can. So I believe they went to break. I believe they said, okay, go to break because I don't see any new updates. So the judge wanted to end that little line of questioning right into break on that. Let me see. So they are on break right now. They are on break. Kid Cudi. Imagine if Diddy chose the Passport Bros lifestyle. Yeah, imagine that. But the thing is, he's so rich, man. He wouldn't, he's so rich. The thing is with that, he's in the USA for so long. He got to make appearances, do these award shows. They're never just gonna just do these activities abroad, Buck Travel, because they want to do these activities. They're rich, multimillionaires. They want to do it when they're here in the States also. So even if they did these activities abroad and had no issues, they were always going to do it here in the States because they in the States most of the time. You know what I mean? Whether it's like award shows, appearances, media, concerts and stuff like that, running their business with artists, meetings, and that lifestyle. They want to get their freak on all the time. They don't want to just wait until they take a trip abroad. You know what I'm saying? So he was always going. These celebrities. They always going to do this stuff in the States, even if they get down and dirty and freak off abroad. Also, you know what I'm saying? His car was on fire. Sounds like the roof. The roof is on fire. Yeah, well, yeah, Desmond. And they're going to ask him who set your car on fire because they didn't ask him that yet. That question is coming when they come back from break. And then I'm going to be interested to see how he answers that. And I want to see how Diddy defense team, goes at him. They'll probably ask him, how do you know Diddy did it and this and that? You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be interesting. So there's going to be some interesting line of questioning coming up. Like I said, Africa says they have the circumstantial evidence to charge Diddy with arson. Diddy going to the house, witness testimony. Now, when you say charge Diddy with arson, he's already charged underneath the RICO, and arson falls underneath the RICO. So I guess he's already charged with this. How does that work? Does anybody know? Because Africa said they have enough circumstantial evidence to charge him with arson. So you're saying they could add another charge? Because this is a superseding indictment. So you're saying they can add that? Or is it already underneath? It falls underneath RICO. Say that's the thing I never really understood about RICO. Or these things they're grandfathered inside the RICO, underneath the RICO charges. Anybody, any experts know? Because basically, if he's charged with RICO, that means he's already charged with arson, right? I guess I don't know how that works. Buck Travel was asking Flit DR. Yeah, I'm going to hit you up. Hit me up, Flit DR. We're going to do that show tonight or tomorrow. Kid Cudi looks like I don't know. Totally awesome. Hey, your guess is as good as mine. But he was in a relationship with Cassie, according to his testimony. Cassie got man. Cassie hit him up, said, "Hey, be my Superman. This guy Diddy is found out about our relationship. Help me." He ran over there, picked her up, hit up Diddy. Diddy said, "I'm waiting for you at your house." Diddy broke into his house. Somebody broke into his house, and he said Diddy harmed his dog. Now, I still don't know how did he harm this dog. They didn't make any details. They just said the dog was placed into the bathroom. It'd be about punks too. Kid Cudi looking like and attended at NYC Pride Parade. Brad Jones says, take that, take that. Kid Cudi has got a grudge to satisfy. Yeah, I mean, he now I don't know if he was subpoenaed or he voluntarily came to testify. I think he probably was subpoenaed. But yeah, I mean, you know, Hot Wayne, I know what Diddy did to his dog. Oh man, Brad Jones. I know what you're implying. I know what you're implying, Brad Jones. That's diabolical. What did Diddy do to that dog? What did Diddy do to Kid Cudi's dog, guys? Hit the like button. Oh man. Oh man. Wow. Wow, bro. Caribbean Casanova has joined the chat. What up? What up, Cass? What up, Cass? Today is the day, Casanova. I said I gotta cover this, Cass. I gotta cover this. Kid Cudi testifying against Diddy. Rapper versus rapper. Casanova says Zesty versus Zesty. Zesty Dude testifying against Zesty Dude. They going to listen to his testimony with a side eye. Now, well, and that's the question, Casanova. Do the jurors believe the testimony? Well, will they show physical evidence of this car getting torched? They showed photos of the Porsche getting, set on fire. Obviously, he didn't set his own car on fire. You could put two and two together, say, well, Diddy said, I'm waiting for you. Kid Cudi says, I wanted to fight Diddy. In the same night, that car gets torched. You could put two and two together. It ain't a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, right? If it walks like a dog, cracks like a dog, it's not a damn mongoose. So, circumstantial evidence. Now, we're going to see if he does have physical evidence that Diddy and his crew did that to the car, or will the person that actually set the car on fire testify? Because they are flipping Diddy's associates. Will one of Diddy's associates admit to setting the car on fire by orders of Diddy? And that will be straight up underneath RICO, arson, criminal enterprise, taking orders to do criminal activities. Wow. So the feds are bringing the heat. The feds are bringing the heat right now. Let's see if let's see if they return from break. Kid Cudi filed a police report, so of course the jury will believe Kid Cudi about his car being on fire. Okay, yeah, and they showed the photos, and I would like to know what was inside that police report also, because we playing juror number 13, guys, in the chat. We are playing the role of juror number 13. We are looking at this case as if we were sitting in that jury. Okay, before jurors back, judge, will you finish the witnesses of today? Prosecutor says yes. Through the cross of Mr. Kaplan was 3 times long. All right, yes, though the cross of Mr. Kaplan was 3 times long that we thought. So the jury is entering back into the courtroom. Prosecutor, was the damage on your car present before the call from your dog sitter? Kid Cudi says no. Okay. Prosecutor, did you think it was accidental or intentional? So this is important, guys. Do you think it was accidental or intentional? Kid Cudi says intentional. Prosecutor, where did you last see Miss Cassie Ventura? Kid Cudi says, at the Soho house. I reached out to Diddy and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. Okay. They are back in the courtroom. They ask, will you be finished with the witnesses of today? Will you finish with the witnesses of today? So they are planning on finishing with the witness. I don't know who's going to be the next witness after this. Maybe Diddy's chef. I don't know. Maybe a surprise witness. So stay tuned, guys. This is getting good. So prosecutor asks, was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter? So he says no. He had no damage to his car before the dog sitter told him that his car was on fire. Prosecutor, did you think it was an accident or intentional? He said it was intentional. Prosecutor, where did you last see Cassie? At the Soho house. I reached out to Diddy and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. So he reached out to Sean Diddy Combs after he found out that his car was on fire. He said, look, this is getting out of hand. All right. This situation is getting out of hand. You obviously set my car on fire. So we're going to see what else. Defense laying the groundwork, in my opinion, no bangers yet. So you're saying there's no bangers yet? We're gonna see. We got to see how Diddy's team cross-examines Kid Cudi though. That's gonna be fireworks right there. Drew says, "What is Kid Cudi going to say if he comes to trial? His car being blown up by Diddy is just hearsay, especially if someone other than Diddy told him what happened. He would have to say Diddy said it. Now, right now, he is testifying right now, Drew. He is testifying right now about the car incident. You know, he is testifying as we speak about the car incident. Proving arson in court usually involves a combination of physical evidence, expert testimony, witness statements, and circumstantial evidence. They have all the elements at Drew. So I want to see the physical evidence, though. Now, like I said, the jury still could find him guilty with the circumstantial, but with just if they believe Kid Cudi. But I do want to see some physical evidence also. What do they have? Flip DR, Santo Domingo. I agree with them having all of the elements. This incident was prior to any start of an investigation. Also, Cudi is no expert, and he didn't witness the person who did the crime. Now they're about to start asking them those questions. I want to see. I thought RICO was a gang charge, not an individual charge. Now they are flipping some of these people that work for Diddy. They are flipping these witnesses. Maybe some of these people were co-conspirators, such as Cassie herself. I think Cassie was a co-conspirator herself, but they flipped her. They flipped a couple of other people, assistants that worked for Diddy, gave them immunity, and they testified against Diddy. So, I guess they're saying that the security guards and his assistants were part of the criminal enterprise, handling guns, buying drugs for Diddy, stuff like that. And they are flipping these witnesses, flipping these people that work for Diddy, guys. So, in the picture you see of Diddy with his head in his hand was from yesterday, when his assistant was granted immunity and started testifying against Diddy about him buying drugs for Diddy, covering up, scars on Cassie's face for Diddy when he beat her up and stuff like that. So they turned the RICO into CCE charge. Kid Cudi wore a dress. He probably would have been down for the freak offs too, says E-Curve. I never would have thought ninjas would be throwing the book at Diddy. Salute, Fake Miko. The federal investigation into Sean Diddy Combs started on March 25th, 2024. Right. D-Night says, ever since a youngin', I knew Cassie's box was this good. What's the official story? This trial ain't televised. Nah, they don't allow cameras inside federal court. Sam I am. That's why it's not televised. So the latest, guys, coming out of the courtroom, Kid Cudi said, look, he told Diddy this is getting out of hand after he realized that his Porsche was set on fire. He called Diddy and said, this is getting out of hand, Diddy. You know what I'm saying? This is getting out of hand. And this is all over women, guys. This is all over Cassie. This is all over. Let this be a lesson to you guys, Pastor Bros, and just men in general. Kid Cudi could have got killed over Cassie. Let's be honest. He could have got killed over Cassie. Diddy could have went to jail if he would have killed Kid Cudi over Cassie, over a woman. All right. Now, after he said that he told Diddy this is getting out of hand, Combs' lawyer says, "Can we have a sidebar?" So Combs' lawyer asked for a sidebar, meaning, um, can they go talk to the judge? Judge says, "Do you have a objection?" Diddy's lawyer says, "Yes." Judge says, "Sustain, disregard, and move on." Prosecutor, who set up the meeting at Soho House? Kid Cudi says, D-Rock and my manager. Okay. Prosecutor, did you see Sean Diddy Combs later? Kid Cudi says, a few years later, also at Soho House, he said, I'm just sorry for all the BS. I was surprised, so I found peace with it. Prosecutor, no further questions at this time. Judge says, Mr. Steele. Okay. So they asked him, did you see Diddy later? Kid Cudi says, a few years later, also at Soho House, he said that Diddy says, I'm just sorry for all that BS. Kid Cudi says, I was surprised, so I found peace with it. So he said that he claims, and this is up for the jury to believe, he claims that Diddy apologized. He said that Diddy apologized for all the BS. He says he was surprised, so he found peace with it. So he just said he let it go. And the prosecutor says no further questions. And now they are turning to Combs' lawyer to cross-examine. So Combs' lawyers now is cross-examining Kid Cudi right now. Hit the like button. All right. Combs' lawyer asks, can we have a sidebar? All right. So, all right. No, we all right. We did that already. We did that one already. This is Combs' lawyer questioning Kid Cudi on his testimony that his car was burnt. Right? I'm surprised the prosecutor didn't ask him straight up, did Diddy the one burned your car? You know? All right. Okay. All right. All right. Diddy's lawyer says the DNA taken. Are you guys aware it came back being a female? Question mark. Prosecution says objection, no foundation. Judge says sustain. Diddy's lawyer, do you know there were DNA results? Judge says I'll allow that. Kid Cudi says no. Okay, so I'm trying to find out what was the DNA results. Okay. All right. Well, Combs' lawyer, I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Kid Cudi says 2012, not 22. Diddy's lawyer says, I apologize. You get a call about damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance photos? Kid Cudi says, no, my dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage. Okay, so now Diddy's attorneys is asking, hey, any surveillance of the photos of the any surveillance? And then, he said, nope, my dog's babysitter did send me photos of the damage. So I see where the Diddy's defense team is going with this. They're gonna ask him, hey, how do you know that Diddy did this to your car? You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, guys, more than likely Diddy did that. You know what I'm saying? Because they were fighting over Cassie. If Diddy is about that alternative lifestyle, he should have become Pastor Bros and go to Thailand and have freak off parties with those L boys, says Big Mike. Now, Big Mike, I told Buck Travel earlier, I was like, look, millionaires like this, they're gonna want to freak off everywhere, and most of their time is spent inside the states. So they'll do it abroad, and they'll do it in the states because they spend most of their time here in the states. Doing press concerts, award shows. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna want to freak off and party all the time. You know what I mean? While they're living here. I think Diddy gonna get off just so he can, on everyone, says Black Phoenix Mars. Diddy can have all the freak off parties in prison now, says Big Mike. Real talk though, imagine Cassie giving you Superdome. You might have been tripping Two. LA, that P for P, diabolical. All right, so let's see where they're going with this. I want to know about that DNA. Why they asked them this? Because they said, Diddy's lawyer said that the DNA taken, are you aware it came back being a female? So what DNA are they talking about? A female. All right, Combs' lawyer, Cassie says, all right, Combs' lawyer says, Cassie told you it was over, question mark. Kid Cudi, we just stopped talking. Diddy's lawyer, you told this honorable court and this jury that she played you, question mark. Kid Cudi says, yes, she played you and you had no clue. Kid Cudi says, no clue. So Kid Cudi says that Cassie played him. So how did Cassie play him? Man, that's what I'm saying. Getting involved with females, man. They could bring guys down, man. Kid Cudi said Cassie played them. Kid Cudi said Cassie played them. Why all these black celebrities, all word charges keep popping up? I saw a chick on Twitter blaming and1 mixtape star Hot Sauce. I did not know Hot Sauce got accused. So what DNA are they talking about? What's that DNA they talking about? I don't see the update on the DNA. Why did they mention DNA a few minutes ago? I might have to go to another source and try to find out what was that DNA reference. We're gonna leave the finger stuff alone, Miko. That's why I'm skipping that. We're gonna leave the finger stuff alone into that matter of fact, I'm gonna delete that comment. We're gonna leave the finger stuff alone, Miko. For a bit. What was this DNA? The DNA taken, are you aware it came back being a female? So right now, Diddy's team is going at Cassie. They're going at Cassie, making Kid Cudi talk about Cassie playing him. So Kid Cudi did all that. Cassie called. It said Diddy was mad. Come get me. Come rescue me. Kid Cudi got his car torched, allegedly by Diddy, to help Cassie. How did Cassie play him? How did Cassie play Kid Cudi? This is a lesson for you guys, man. These women would just really screw you over, man. He did all that. Probably could have got killed by Diddy to turn around and get played by Cassie. I want to see how did she play him? Diabolical. All right, Africa says the DNA refers to the person who set the car on fire. I'm sure they tested the bottle. Okay, got you. All right, thank you for that, Africa. So yeah, so DNA. So they were talking about. All right, so they took DNA evidence. All right, so the DNA taken, are you aware it came back being a female? So Combs' lawyer said the DNA taken from that car being torched came back from as a female. Then the prosecutor says objection, no foundation, says the prosecutor. Judge says sustained. Do you know there were DNA results? Judge says I'll allow it. Kid Cudi says no. So the DNA that was found at the car was of a female's DNA. So now we're getting somewhere with that. Okay. Dro, breaking news. Pastor Raze, American citizen, found dead at a hostel in Manga, Cartagena, reported by Hablatlo Noticia. I will check that out. Thank you, Dro, for that update. I will be checking that out when I finish this stream. Thank you for that update. Out there inside manga. And I like the manga area of Cartagena. I really do. I like the manga area of Cartagena. And out there in manga, they don't allow two guys to do the barbecue to ride on the motos. They don't allow two guys to ride on motos in manga. You know. Thank you for that update. We'll see if it was a passport bro that died out there in the hostel. So we're just waiting for some other updates. Kid Cudi is testifying right now. He is getting asked questions by Diddy's team. Not sure yet, Dro. Not sure yet. We're trying to figure out where we're going for my birthday end of this week. Well, this weekend, Dro. All right. So Combs' lawyer said in 2011 you went on a tour. Kid Cudi says yes. Which locations? Diddy's lawyer says 65 locations. Kid Cudi says yes. Diddy's lawyer, at that time, Diddy as an icon, fair to say. He was an icon, fair to say, back then, 2011. Kid Cudi says yes. Diddy's lawyer, you and Mrs. Cassie Ventura had a sexual relationship. Prosecutor says objection. Sidebar. So they're going to do another sidebar. What are y'all thinking so far? Is this burying this arson thing? The jury here, this is the main thing. The jury is hearing about the arson. The DNA came back as a female. Arson is on the list of that's covered underneath the RICO. This is just very important right here. Is Kid Cudi's testimony proven arson? Which it proves arson. Somebody burnt this guy's car. Is the jury buying, or you guys buying, that the arson was caused by Diddy and his team? If you was on that jury, and you hearing a testimony as we speak by Kid Cudi about arson to the car, and you're back and tell the truth, do you believe Diddy is responsible for the arson to Kid Cudi's car? Or must you 100% have to have some physical evidence by cameras or the DNA? And like I said, the DNA, according to Diddy's lawyer, came back as DNA of a female, from a female. That's the question. Raze, you have a lot of outlandish people in your comments. Story of my life, Zed. That's the story of my life, Zed. Zed, what are you thinking? Did Kid Cudi prove? Is his testimony right now satisfying for you, Zed, that Diddy is guilty of arson, and it falls underneath the RICO Act right here, arson, bribery, count? So, is that enough for you? If Zed, I already know what you're gonna say, Zed. Zed, I think you would find Diddy guilty as charged underneath the RICO Act for arson. Now, some people would say, no, they need physical evidence that Diddy was the one did it. But, like I'm saying, look, man, they were both going at each other, arguing over Cassie. Cassie is the reason this all happened, guys. You got to blame Cassie for this. I'm sorry to say, but, And I want to see how did Cassie play Kid Cudi after all this? They broke up, and Kid Cudi is testifying in court that yeah, she did play him. At the after that incident. You know, are they going to say that she played them by going back and sleeping with Diddy? Because Diddy, I know she did say that she did sleep with Diddy while there was testimony in the court while she was with Kid Cudi. So maybe that's how she played them, and Kid Cudi felt a certain way. But I'm gonna wait to see how. I'm gonna wait to see. You said Kaplan's testimony establishes that Mr. Combs physically assaulted Cassie on the private jet. This conduct constitutes evidence of force and coercion and interstate commerce clause. And it also does, Africa, since the guy that was granted immunity that was on the plane, he covered up their brute. He covered it up. He covered up the scars on Cassie's face, meaning that he was working with Diddy and covering up in a crime, an assault crime. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was granted immunity, and that's why he pleaded the fifth. So they can say that that is a criminal organization, somebody, people working for underneath Diddy covering up his crimes, which the crime was assault, right? That's what I'm thinking. The prosecutors are setting this up. Vincent says, free the diddler. He ain't do what they said he did. So Vincent said, Diddy didn't do it. So Vintage, you're not believing Kid Cudi? You don't believe Kid Cudi? His testimony about the arson? He ain't do what they said he did. It's crazy Diddy can't get bail. Well, they say he's a threat to the witnesses. All right, let's go back in the courtroom. Let's see if they have any updates, any new updates. And pissy mouth go and get divorced and get her money took for lying. So Vintage going in on Cassie. Now this is the fault. All of this is the fault of Cassie right now, as far as the Kid Cudi thing. Now I don't know if 100% she had already broken up with Diddy. I think she testified that they kind of were broken up when she started the relationship with Kid Cudi. But she did say beforehand that she did sleep with Diddy while she was with Kid Cudi. So maybe that's what Kid Cudi is talking about when he said that Cassie played him. He also used the company credit card, Rico. I saw a case where a Latina lady shot into a car of a black chick 8 times in Florida and still received house arrest. I haven't heard it yet. So Vincent says you haven't heard it yet. You haven't heard the smoking gun, Vintage. Well, Kid, you're gonna have to rewind this a little bit because I've been going. He said that Kid Cudi said that Diddy, he had a confrontation. Diddy's told him that he was at his house. He found out that he was with Cassie. He went and picked Cassie up. He went to the house and Diddy did something to his dog. He locked his dog in the bathroom, and then his dog babysitter said his car was on fire. You know, his Porsche was on fire. And then he hit up Diddy and told Diddy, look, this is going too far. And that later on, a couple of years later, he seen Diddy, and Diddy told him that he's sorry for the BS. And he said, okay. And then basically Kid Cudi said he let it go. So, okay, so there's more. I'm going to do this in order. So hold on, be with me a minute. All right, Combs' lawyer, you believe they left your front door unlocked? Kid Cudi says yes. Diddy says no forced entry, ? Kid Cudi says no. Diddy's lawyer, just presence opened. Dog in the bathroom. I'm not belittling, just asking. You called Sean Combs, right? So you were the one that called Sean Diddy Combs. Kid Cudi says, yeah. Diddy's lawyer, was he calm? Was he calm? Yes. Was he calm? Yes. All right, Diddy lawyer, you went to see him. You didn't think he had a gun? ? Kid Cudi, I couldn't call it. Diddy's lawyer, you are a strong person. That's how you categorize yourself? Kid Cudi says, yeah. This crossed the line. Diddy's lawyer, Cassie told you she was abused, right? Kid Cudi says, yes. All about Cassie, guys. All about Cassie. Somebody could have got shot. Somebody could have got killed. Somebody could have got shot. Somebody could have got killed. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could have got shot. Somebody could have got killed over Cassie. And then it seems like Cassie went back to sleep with Diddy anyway. You know what I'm saying? She was sleeping with both of them. I guess you could say she was playing both men against each other. You got to be careful, guys. You got to be careful. Hit that like button. Cassie, I believe Cassie was playing both men against each other. Now, I know what you're going to say. Only reason she kept going back to Diddy because, like that psychiatrist testified yesterday, that she was mentally abused. She was scared. You know, I guess being blackmailed, you know, maybe. Did y'all buy all that? So I want to get back to the question on why Kid Cudi said that Cassie played him. I'm not seeing that pop up in my feed, but they did ask the question. They did not show the question of why he felt that she played him. All right, this is an update. In the middle of Kid Cudi's cross-examination by Diddy's team, the judge responds for a second or third time, unsealing docketing requests, now saying letters must be in docket in real time. So, all right, this is some, all right, this is just something the judge was telling the lawyers. We're waiting for the next update. Hit the like button, guys. Kid Cudi testifies his car was set on fire during an altercation with Diddy. So far, he just said they had photos of the car being set on fire. I don't think there was any surveillance. And they took DNA. And the DNA that came back, according to Diddy's lawyers, was of a female. Obviously, Diddy's lawyers is pretty much saying, well, you don't have Diddy's DNA. You don't have any male's DNA that was present at the car as it was being set on fire. So no proof that our client actually set your car on fire. That's what they're trying to put inside the juror's head. Okay, Combs' lawyer, but she never said she was sexually abused. True? Question mark. Kid Cudi says she did not. She did not say she was ever sexually abused. Diddy's lawyer, you loved her? Tell me if I'm wrong. Kid Cudi says I did love her. Diddy's lawyer, you got played by the same person who played Mr. Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie Ventura. Wow. So Diddy's lawyer is going in on Cassie. Diddy's lawyer said you got played by the same person who played Diddy, Cassie Rivera. So Diddy's lawyer just came out and said that Cassie played Sean Diddy Combs. I was just asking you guys in the chat. I said, do y'all believe Cassie played both guys? Did Cassie play Sean Diddy Combs and Kid Cudi at the same time? Now, Diddy's lawyer came out and asked Kid Cudi, you got played by the same person who played Diddy. Boom. Wow. Diddy's lawyer just threw Cassie under the bus, called her pretty much a slut that's playing both of them. Basically, I mean, they didn't say the word slut. But basically that's what they're saying, that she played both Diddy and Kid Cudi. So I want to see how Kid Cudi responds. Now we're getting wow. I'm trying to think how relevant Kid Cudi's testimony is going to be. Well, it's going to be the arson. That arson, that's the main thing right there. That arson. If the jurors, that arson falls underneath the RICO. If the jurors believe that Diddy was the one set that car on fire, or he hired people to set the car on fire, that falls underneath the RICO Act. That's why I got the list of the RICO up there. That falls underneath the RICO. That falls underneath the RICO, Desmond. Now, it's up to the jury. That's why I was telling you guys, now, this is not artificial intelligence that's going to say guilty or not. These are human beings. It's up for the human beings in that 12 juror pool to say whether or not they believe Kid Cudi or not. Do they believe that Diddy was the one responsible for the arson? That's why I got the list up there. So that's why it's relevant. But there isn't 100% physical evidence that Diddy was the one set the car on fire, but you can kind of put two and two together. But, it just depends on what the jury decides. Okay, I see Kid Cudi said that Sean torched his car after he was dating Cassie, and they trying to prove RICO from that. Yes, Vintage, yes, 100%. 100%. And if Diddy had people do it, that means he's running a criminal enterprise with people that are willing to do crimes for him. That's why they mentioned the Suge Knight incident when his assistant went with guns and another security guard to go approach Suge Knight in LA with guns. They're saying these guys were working for underneath Diddy as a criminal, and Bad Boy Records was a criminal enterprise. So that's what they're trying to put underneath RICO. And arson falls underneath RICO also. That's why they subpoenaed Kid Cudi to come testify. Combs' lawyer says, but she never said she was sexually abused. So I read that one. All right, Combs' lawyer. In the 13 years since, have you ever been notified in California that there has been any more action on this car fire? Kid Cudi says no. Diddy's lawyer, did Cassie have multiple phones? Kid Cudi says, I don't remember. Diddy's lawyer, 35-12. Kid Cudi, if I said it, I said it. I don't know what 35-12 mean, guys. I don't know if you can help me out with that. 35-12. Kid Cudi says, if I said it, I said it. 35-12. Did Miss Cassie Ventura have multiple phones? I don't remember. Diddy's lawyer 35 or 12. So I guess that means the amount of phones. I don't know what that means. If I said it, I said it. You know, I don't. So maybe Kid Cudi said something before about 3512. I don't know what that's referring to. Maybe the number of phones. I don't know. Yeah, but Diddy's now. All right. Diddy's lawyer. Do you know what a burner phone is? Kid Cudi, untraceable phone. Diddy's lawyer. The trespass, you call it a break-in. You know, break into your house. Cassie told you she'd given your home address to Sean Diddy Combs. Wow. Kid Cudi says yes in the morning. Diddy's lawyer, no more questions. Thanks. Kid Cudi, no problem. Wow. So they just testified. This is crazy. She had an untraceable phone. Okay. The crazy part, Diddy's lawyer asked about the trespass that night that his car got torched. You call it a break-in. Cassie told you she'd given your home address to Sean Diddy Combs. Kid Cudi says yes in the morning. Now, why would Cassie give Diddy Kid Cudi's home address so he could go break in? What the hell is this? No more questions. Thanks. No problem. So Diddy's legal team ended the questioning on and leave it in. Left it aside. The juror said that Cassie is the one that gave Diddy the home address of Kid Cudi, so they can go and do whatever they're doing. Now, I don't know how the jury is looking at that. So that really proves that Diddy had his address, that Diddy did show up over there or had some associates show up over there. So that would kind of prove that they went over there, he had their address, and that Cassie, the one, gave the address to Diddy. I don't know how y'all want to look at that, you know, because that's pretty much proven that Diddy did go over there or had some people go over there because he had the address, and that Cassie is the one gave Diddy the address. No further questions. We'll see. Let's see if the prosecutor is going to ask some more questions also. Let me see. Cassie been freaked out for 15 years. Cassie can't be a victim and a victor at the same time. She has to choose one. Yeah, it seemed like she's going back and forth between them. Seemed like she was going back and forth between them, guys. So judge asks redirect. Now, so the prosecutor is asking, what did Cassie confide in you about abuse? So this is the prosecutor asking Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi says that he would hit her, sometimes kick her. The day of the break-in, was she carefree? Kid Cudi says no, she was not carefree. Prosecutor, what did Capricorn Clark tell you? Kid Cudi says that Sean Diddy Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. Prosecutor, how would you describe Cassie that day? Kid Cudi, just really shook. Him finding out about us. Okay, so this is the prosecutor asking during a redirect these questions to Cassie. What are you guys thinking? Does this prove anything? Like I said, you see the Austin up there? That's all they got to prove with that Austin. Right now, we're going to see the next line of questioning from the prosecutor. And we're going to see also, will Diddy's team come back with some more questions also. Hit the like button, guys. This is the day. Kid Cudi. testifying about the night his car was set ablaze. And like I said, this is very important because this falls underneath the arson, underneath RICO. Prosecutor, why did your relationship with Miss Cassie end? Here we go. Here we go. Kid Cudi says the drama, it was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space. Prosecutor, what kind of drama? Kid Cudi, the break into my house for my safety, her safety. Combs' lawyer says objection, Your Honor. Judge says grounds. Judge says grounds. He asks grounds. Diddy's lawyer says on speculation. The judge says overruled. Continue. Prosecutor, why did you have safety concerns? Question mark. Kid Cudi, because I knew Diddy was violent. So Kid Cudi is saying, I knew Sean Diddy Combs was violent. Combs' lawyer, Your Honor, may we approach? So Combs' lawyer is objecting to what Kid Cudi said, that Combs is violent, that he knew Combs is violent. Hit the like button, guys. This is Kid Cudi testifying against Diddy inside that Manhattan courtroom, federal courtroom. No cameras are allowed. So I'm up here reading to you what I'm seeing that's coming outside that courtroom. Well, coming from inside the courtroom right now on a rainy day out here inside New York City. Kid Cudi just testified about safety concerns. That's why he called it off. You know, it is too much drama dealing with Cassie. And for her safety and his own safety, because Diddy is violent, he decided to call it quits. Now, right now, Diddy's lawyers has just objected, and they asking for a sidebar, I guess, to go up to the bench right now to talk to the judge. So what are you guys thinking in the chat as juror number 13? You guys are juror number 13. What are y'all thinking? Because basically, really, all they got to prove is the arson was done by Diddy. That's why I still got this list of crimes underneath the RICO Act. So all this other stuff about Diddy being violent and this and that comes into play, but and Cassie being scared and Cassie playing both of them. Did Diddy commit the arson? Did he hire people to do the arson? Did Diddy's team do the arson? That's the main thing. That is the main thing. Even though they're asking all these questions, the main thing, the jurors is going to be forced to decide, did Diddy do the arson? Because that falls underneath RICO. That's the most important thing in my book. And I don't know about some legal experts. They might say something else, but I'm looking at this list. Because why would they call Kid Cudi in to testify and keep asking him about that arson to that car? Because it falls underneath RICO. That's why. All right, prosecutor. The meeting at the Soho House. Mr. Combs said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him? Question mark. Combs' lawyer says, objection. Judge says, rephrase. Prosecutor, what was your understanding? Kid Cudi says that he was lying, that he did not know about the car getting burned. Prosecutor, no further questions. Okay. So this is going to be up for the jury. Kid Cudi just testified that Diddy did indeed meet him at the Soho House and said he did not know anything about the car being burned, okay? Kid Cudi just testified on the oath that he thought Diddy was lying. Prosecutor, no further questions. Now we're going to see if Diddy's legal team follows up on that. But right there, did he prove arson? Did he prove arson? Done by Diddy. Now, let's be honest. We're not kids here. We can put two and two together. They both had an argument over Cassie. They were at Kid Cudi's house. Cassie gave them their address. You know, Kid Cudi said he wanted to fight. They broke into the man's house, put his dog in the bathroom, did whatever they did to the dog. And at the same time, his car was being burned. So you could put two and two together that Diddy did have something to do with the car being burned. But there's no actual physical evidence, guys. And so if you were on the jury, would you convict Diddy on arson? I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. I mean, it's nothing else for me to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on a jury. And this is why I was telling Africa. I was like, Africa, these guys are human. These people on the jury pool is human. We can say that, yeah, Diddy did it. If you put two and two together, if it walks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, cracks like a dog, it's not a damn mongoose. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be in intellects and like, you could just assume he did it. There's no physical evidence that he did it, though, technically. So that kind of gives a juror, one of the jurors, all they need is one juror, an out. And say if one of the jurors don't really want to say Diddy's guilty, they could say, well, there isn't no real evidence that he did it, even though you could say circumstantial, common sense to tell you that he was involved in that. But to give the juror an out to find them not guilty, the juror could say, well, there was no evidence. Where's the evidence he did that? I can't put him in jail for 15 years. No evidence, no physical evidence. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we at right now. We'll see. Did they question Kid Cudi? All right. Judge says any recourse. So Diddy's lawyer says, no, Your Honor. Judge says, Kid Cudi, you're done. Kid Cudi says, all right, so that's it. Judge says break. There we go. So that finishes up the testimony of Kid Cudi. Now we're going to see. I'm going to stay here for a little bit to see if there's going to be any other witnesses. What other witnesses? Is there going to be a surprise witness after Kid Cudi? So, guys, circumstantial evidence right now. So, Desmond, yes, you're right. This is all circumstantial evidence right now, guys. Hit that like button. Africa, where you at, Africa? Africa, where are you at? Africa, where are you at? Salute Sunday Night Smoke in the building. Salute Smoke. Where are you at, Africa? This is circumstantial evidence. Desmond, you're right. This has been out there. Yeah, keep it respectful, says Sunday Night Smoke. Shout out to you and your channel, Sunday Night Smoke. Kid Cudi testified. His car was burnt. He said that Diddy claimed in that meeting that he had nothing to do with it. He don't know about it. Kid Cudi says he's lying. Who do y'all agree with? Who do y'all believe? Diddy? Who will the jurors, more importantly, if you guys was on the jury, you had to make the decision, 15 years in prison for Diddy. Do you believe Diddy committed RICO with arson? Or are you giving Diddy 15 years in prison? That's what it all comes down to. There is no physical evidence. The DNA they took was DNA of a female, according to Diddy's lawyer. Kid Cudi says no, he did not know there was any results on that DNA. Diddy denied that he was responsible for the car burning in the arson. Who do you believe? Who do you believe? Did the prosecution prove the RICO with the arson? It's going to be a lot of people saying yes and saying no. It's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a lot of legal experts saying yes and saying no because it's circumstantial. Now, common sense would say, look, yeah, Diddy has something to do with that. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? Common sense. But, you know, it's like there's really no physical evidence that he did. But, you know, he had, you know, you place him at the house. They was in a physical confrontation, not physical confrontation, but they were threatening each other, you know, and lo and behold, his car is burnt. So, You know, oh man, Sunday Night Smoke says, no Diddy. Thank you for that 199 donation. Raise us travel fund. I appreciate you, Sunday Night Smoke. No Diddy. No Diddy. So they are on break. I would like to know who's going to be the next witness. Maybe Diddy's chef. Maybe Diddy's chef. I don't know. Maybe a surprise. Maybe J-Lo. Who knows? Who is going to be the next witness for the day? Africa says, I'm right here. Africa. So Africa is all circumstantial right now with the arson, you believe, right? You agree with Desmond, Africa? This is circumstantial testimony. In Africa, like I was saying, Africa, the jury, Africa, jurors make mistakes. These are human beings, not robots, not AI, going to make this decision on whether or not Diddy is guilty. Maybe one of those jurors, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, Africa, maybe one or two of those jurors might not really want to convict Diddy. You just don't know. And they can use the excuse that, well, there's no physical evidence that Diddy actually set that car on fire. There's no video surveillance. There's no photos of him actually being at that car, setting that car on fire. So I'm already looking for an excuse not to convict them. So they don't have any evidence. Even though common sense to tell you that Diddy was responsible. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think it was smart for them to bring in Kid Cudi to testify. I think, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, yeah, Diddy had something to do with that. If I'm just telling you the truth, if I was on the jury, I would think that Diddy did have something to do with that car being set on fire. If I was a juror, that's just me. But you know what I mean? What do you think in Black Phoenix Mars? Did Diddy set that car on fire? Black Phoenix Mars? Do y'all guys think Black Phoenix Mars? Do y'all think Diddy set that car on fire? That's what it's all about. Proving the RICO, proving the arson. Black Phoenix Mars says, yep, you think Diddy set that car on fire. Tony Hernandez, Diddy would never hurt his soul. Oh, come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. You see Black? I mean, you see Africa? See, if Tony Hernandez was on that in the jury, see, this is why Africa. That's why I was saying it's not a 100% slam dunk that he's going to get convicted, because this is not a trial by a judge. The judge is not making a decision. Artificial intelligence is not making a decision. Robots is not making a decision. Humans are making a decision. So if Tony Hernandez was got picked to be on that jury, Tony could say, well, hey, I don't see no hardcore evidence that Diddy set that car on fire. So I'm going to find Diddy not guilty and just cause a mistrial or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or hung jury. Africa. That's what I'm saying. It's never really 100%. But we all know the feds have a crazy high win rate with these cases, right? I think the evidence is out there. Like I said, if I was in a jury, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, Diddy, he's the one caused that arson. But you could then say, did Cassie? You could still kind of find him, like, you could say, well, he had a reason, maybe, because Cassie instigated that whole thing between Kid Cudi and Diddy. She gave Diddy the address, but he testified that she was forced into the car to go to the address. Can I say she was playing both sides? She instigated that fight or that confrontation between the two. Diddy went overboard and did the arson. Do you want to give Diddy some leeway? So that's what the jurors have to decide. Or they be like, you know what? Diddy just been accused of too much. Let's go ahead and find him guilty. You know what I'm saying? Enough of this. He just involved in too much stuff, too much testimony against him. You know, he did something. You know, he's guilty of something. God damn it! Everybody not lying. You know what I'm saying? Everybody not confused. So let me see. I'm gonna try to stay with this until I find out who is going to be the next witness called, because that's gonna be important. That's gonna be interesting to see who's the next witness. Black Phoenix Mars said, "Yeah, Diddy did it." Passport Bros Receipt Channel says, "Hell yeah, he did it." Yeah, let's be, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can tell the truth what y'all really feel, because y'all are not, y'all just saying y'all opinions. I believe, I believe Kid Cudi that he is lying, that he because who else would burn his car during that moment? Who else would burn his car? Why would anybody burn his Porsche at that moment? You know what I'm saying? Who else would burn his Porsche? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, like, who else would burn the man's Porsche? Why would anybody else burn his Porsche? Passport Bros Receipts channel. Now, Diddy's defense team did the right thing. They're getting paid, so they have to do everything they can to get him off and put, doubt inside the juror's head. So I think they're doing a fine job with that as far as that's concerned. But let's be honest. I mean, who else is going to burn that man's car? You know what I'm saying? What incentive would anybody else on this planet, on this earth, have to burn and torch Kid Cudi's car? Who else? Who else would do? Who else? Why? Why would anybody else do it besides Diddy in that moment on that night? You know what I'm saying? Like, but like I said, if one of the jurors want to give Diddy an out and looking for a way to say he's not guilty, and when they do the interviews, when they find out if they say he's not guilty, and they do the interview on one of the jurors that say he's not guilty, the juror can say, "Well, I didn't see any hardcore evidence that Diddy actually torched that man's car. They never proved it. They never showed any evidence. It was just his word versus Diddy's word." Tony says, "Free Diddy." I don't think there's nothing wrong with it, though. Black Phoenix Mars. JT says, "Everything is circumstantial, but government is 75 to 80% of proving Diddy was involved in those crimes." Yeah. Yeah. You would really have to be, if you say Diddy didn't do that arson, you would really have to be on Diddy's legal team to really come to that conclusion. But hey, or he didn't have something to do with the arson, you know. King Smoke. Africa, the combo of consistent witness testimonies, prior threats, and police reports provides elements that could be sufficient for jurors to believe arson. Yeah. But all it takes is one not to, right? Because all 12, right, Africa? All 12 have to come to the same conclusion, right, of guilty. All it takes is one to throw it off, right, Africa, if I'm not mistaken. Because you got to remember, Africa, me doing this YouTube over the past 3 years, and from people in my chat, I'm not talking about you guys right now. I'm talking about over the 3 years. Not everybody has common sense out there. I dealing with YouTube, I've learned from interviews I've had, people on my panel, people in my chat. Not everyone has common sense. So common sense to us to be like, yeah, did he set that man car on fire or he had somebody do it? Common sense would say, yeah, he did. But me doing this YouTube stuff for 3 years, not every human being has common sense. Some people are just straight out idiots or airheads. So sometimes even the jurors, somebody on that jury pool might not have common sense, it's just a pure idiot, Africa. You know what I'm saying? And be like, well, how can you not know that Diddy has something to do with that arson? So one of the jurors might actually really believe that Diddy probably didn't have anything to do because of the lack of hardcore evidence. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's, it's common sense. So, common is not so common to a lot of people in the world, as you can see on the news daily or hourly. You know what I'm saying? Now, you could say, yeah, Diddy has something to do. Now, a juror could say, yeah, Diddy has something to do with the arson, but Kid Cudi is the one hit Diddy up because the Diddy's lawyer said, look, you contacted Diddy after Cassie said she was in danger, right? Yes, I contacted Diddy. Diddy said he's waiting for you. You could say that actually Kid Cudi kind of instigated it also, right? I mean, see, I'm a common sense type guy, and you could say, well, it was the heat of the moment. Diddy got mad. He went overboard with that arson. I'm not going to give him 15 years, even though he did have something to do with the arson. But Kid Cudi admitted that he wanted to fight. So Kid Cudi is partially to blame for his car getting burned. You could say that also. You could say, yeah, he had something to do with the arson, Africa, but Kid Cudi wanted to fight over Cassie. That's another way you could look at it, guys. Hit the like button. I'm trying to look at this from all angles. What will the jurors decide? How are they thinking? I just could go by how I'm thinking. They threw Cassie under the bus. Kid Cudi and Diddy's defense team. Kid Cudi says, yes, I did say that she played me. She was sleeping with both guys, obviously, as testimony came out the other day. Salute, L.A. Wilkes. Salute to you. Your channel. L.A. Wilkes says, free Diddy. Now, L.A. Wilkes, do you think he committed the arson? Do you think he committed the arson, which falls underneath the RICO? What did Diddy need? All right. What did Diddy need Cud's address from Cassie for? Was it to send him flowers during Christmas? Or was it to fulfill the threat he made to Cassie? Which one makes the most sense? Yeah. Well, listen. We know what happened. I know what happened. You know what happened. Now it's just with all 12 jurors have common sense to know what happened. But like I said, I threw in a caveat. Did Kid Cudi actually, by him calling up Diddy? See, I'm kind of murky on that. Did he call Diddy up when he found out that Diddy was going to his house, or did he call Diddy up? No, because he said he called Diddy up and Diddy said, I'm waiting for you. He did say that he wanted to fight. So I'm kind of off on that little timeline right there. But let's be honest, yeah, Diddy had something to do with the arson. So if you just do about the arson, he did have something to do with the arson. So even though he denied it, and there's no really hardcore physical evidence that he did, Netizen, the diddler done did it. So you said yes, he did burn that car. That's it. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, guys. Anybody new to the channel coming through to check out some of the Diddy coverage. I'm trying to see who is going to be the next witness. Will we have a surprise witness? Will the Diddy chef flip on Diddy? He is supposed to be testifying also. I don't know about today, Will he be granted immunity? More than likely, yes. And he will spill the beans on what he witnessed. But I don't know if he's next. I don't know who the prosecution is calling next to the stand to testify. There's no word yet. They are on break right now. It's building evidence up to a RICO, in my opinion. More to come. Stay tuned. Yes. Now, I did hear, like I said, this one is going to be big. I did hear yesterday, I seen in the report, that the prosecutors will have a female that said she was drugged during one of those freak offs. Now that's going to go back to the S trafficking portion of the trial. If, like I was saying before, I was saying like these are consenting adults that is getting paid to do those S acts, right? I believe consenting adults should be able to do that, right? Get hired and go ahead and do, what they want to do at those freak offs. Longs, they are consenting adults and not underage, right? Long as they're not kidnapped, they're being forced into S trafficking. If they agreed, if they got paid money to do the act, I think if they are of age, I don't have an issue with it. But if they call up a witness that says she went to the party and she was slipped a drug and she was S assaulted, now that is S trafficking. That is R word. That is S assault. That is guilty. Now, still, that will be circumstantial. That will be her word versus Diddy's team's word, because they're gonna deny it. But they did find ketamine, which is some type of knockout drug. Also, I know they use that in Colombia. Sometimes they use ketamine in Colombia instead of scopolamine to knock out a victim. So ketamine can be used as a knockout drug. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence, not necessarily a lot of physical evidence that it happened to the victims, but that's when it's going to come down to the jury. Who do the jury believe? Yeah, it has to be unanimous. So it has to be all 12 jurors. Thank you, L.A. Wilkes. We are waiting to see who is going to be the next witness, because they be having some witnesses be already announced, but then they be having some surprise witnesses that come out of nowhere to testify. And I haven't heard anything. So yes, it's got to be unanimous. This is why vetting the jury is very important. The lawyers made sure they got the profiles that favors them. Yeah, but these profiles don't really mean nothing, because sometimes, bro, you can have a college education and have a great profile, but you could be dumb as a doorknob as far as common sense is concerned. You could be book smart, but still be dumb as a doorknob when it comes to common sense, Africa. I mean, it's sad to say, but like I said, because I've been doing this YouTube thing for around 3 years now, and I've ran into a bunch of dumb as a doorknob people. You know what I'm saying? Over the years in the chat or on the panel, sometimes. Random dumb as a doorknob. So that may be very well educated. You know what I'm saying? I mean. It's Diddy's money that's making him a threat. Now, I would say this, Africa. I would say this. If Diddy is found not guilty with all of this circumstantial evidence, you'd be like, why? They'd be like, well, was the jury looking for hardcore evidence? DNA, photos, video evidence. We can believe Diddy is guilty because of circumstantial evidence, but they was hesitant to put him behind bars just on that. They had to be looking for DNA in this day and age. In this day and age of cameras everywhere, footage everywhere, social media, cameras everywhere, DNA testing. I can't put somebody in jail just off of word of mouth, his word versus her word. That would be the only reason why they wouldn't find him guilty, in my opinion, with everybody, of all this testimony coming out against him. With common sense, like, all right, 2 and 2 puts, him there. Okay, yeah, this happened. I believe this. But one of the jurors might not want to convict because of the lack of physical evidence. Now, we do have the wire thing, wire fraud. Like I said, if it was a judge had the fate of Diddy in his hand, yeah, Diddy would be found guilty because the judge is going to go by the letter of the law. The judge is going to go by the letter. The judge understands more wire fraud and this and that. With the whole Cassie mother sending the money because of the the extortion, saying pay 20,000 or the freak off video is going to be released and stuff. The judge understands all the technical law stuff, and he will follow the rule book and say guilty. But the jurors, I'm not. I just don't. I don't know. I would think there has been enough said over the past 2 days to at least prove the arson. L.A. Wilkes, he did it, but you can't prove it. Bingo, right there. Now you can assume. Now, L.A. Wilkes, let me ask you, L.A. Wilkes, I'm gonna put you on the spot. If you was on the jury and you heard this testimony, all right. So you say he did it. Well, yeah. So you just said it. You said he did it, but can't prove it. Would you find him guilty? He did it. L.A. All right, I'm gonna put you on the spot. You just said he did it. If you was a juror, and it came time, let's say, all right, I know he did this arson, and the trial was ending today, because I know there's gonna be more testimony, more of this. If the trial was ending today, and it rested on did he or did he not commit arson, and you just said he did it, but you can't prove it, would you find him guilty, L.A. Wilkes? And and I guess your reasoning would be not hardcore evidence, even though he did it, because you can convict. You can convict on circumstantial evidence, L.A. Wilkes. He did it. Would you pull the trigger and convict them and send them to jail for 15 years? And that's all I've been saying. Would the jury do it unanimously? I know some would. Would you get all 12 to do it? Because that's another thing. You can have common sense and know he did it. But would you give him 15 years knowing he did it without the DNA, without the camera footage of it? Even though he did it, you had common sense. Yeah, he did it. Who else would do that? Would you pull the trigger and put him in jail? That's P. Diddy. That's Puff Daddy. You grew up watching him. Bad Boy Records. Mace. Lil Kim. West Coast versus East Coast. Suge Knight. Would you put that guy, Diddy, Puff Daddy, in prison for 15 years, L.A. Wilkes? It's a nothing burger. I wouldn't say a nothing burger. I wouldn't say that because some of the jury would say, yeah, he did it. Some of the juries would say he did it. Because who else would put that thing? Who else would set that car on fire? They really haven't proved anything so far. Cassie is just as guilty as Diddy in most of these allegations. Yes, and that's why they are flipping her, Tony. I think she is a co-conspirator in this whole thing, but they are flipping these people that are co-conspirators, Tony. They are flipping them to get them to testify against Diddy. And they are making her look like the victim Like she was like forced to do these things. Yeah, she co-conspired, but she was forced to do these things because she was scared and threatened. So that's how they are playing it right now. Okay, we have a little update. Kid Cudi testifies against Sean Combs about burned up Porsche and dog locked in bathroom over Cassie Ventura. Combs' knife lawyer, Brian Steele, goes deferential. Diddy on trial week 2. Book coming soon. Okay. Diddy has hired 10 lawyers so far, guys. Diddy has hired 10 lawyers. He is really trying to get off. He has hired 10 lawyers so far to help him out with this case, guys. 10 freaking lawyers. 10 freaking lawyers. Attorneys. I'm staying with you guys. I'm staying for a little longer because I want to see who's going to be the next person to testify. I don't want to exit and they have some crazy surprise witness testifying. Attorneys and jury consultants use psychological assessments to assist in jury selection by identifying potential bias or predispositions, so that issue has been addressed already. Well, to be honest with you, when I served on the jury, they just asked me a couple of questions. I didn't really give much. They didn't ask me too much. They just asked me some general questions, and then they just picked me. They picked me because I just said, well, I'm gonna just listen to the evidence, and I didn't have an opinion on anything. You know what I'm saying? I could have been dumb as a doorknob, and they still would have picked me, all because I didn't have an opinion either way on what was being said. I was just like, well, whatever happens, happens. I'll just listen to the evidence on both sides, and I make my decision. I didn't, and I was picked for the jury before, so they didn't go too far into it with me. So I was picked by both sides. Cassie played the part of mastermind and an accomplice. Do y'all guys agree with Tony Hernandez? Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I'm trying to see if any reports of another witness coming, because they're going to have another witness. I want to know if this is going to be a surprise witness. Will one of the females that claimed that she got drugged testify? And I think her testimony will be just circumstantial also, because it's not going to be even no real hardcore evidence. Who will be next to testify? Did they prove arson? That's the big question. Tony Hernandez, Cassie is an unindicted co-conspirator. All right. I think she wanted to get the bread from the civil case, and the feds made her testify in this case. Yeah, 20 million she got, and she got 10 million from the hotel out there in LA, Intercontinental. She just got that 2 weeks ago, that payout, so 30 million. But yes, the feds was always going to make her testify. And this is where we at right now. We're waiting to see who will be the next person to testify against Diddy. Diddy juice for everyone. No. Literally enlightened. I ain't sending Diddy to jail. He a freak, but he good in my book. So Black Phoenix Mars says no. You won't send him to jail. You won't send him to jail. If you know he actually put that car on fire. Now, would y'all guys' reasoning be is because Cassie instigated that? Would y'all be like, well, I know he put that man's car on fire, but they were going back and forth. Yeah, he went overboard, but I'm not gonna put him back on. It's mutual combat. You know, in Chicago, I don't know if they still have it. They have a thing called mutual combat. So if two guys are shooting at each other, well, nobody goes to jail. It's mutual combat. I know they had that law when that female mayor was mayor about 6 years ago. I seen a story about that mutual combat. I'm trying to get you guys an update. Who will testify next? Now, if there had been camera footage of somebody from Diddy's crew setting that car on fire, that would have been game, set, match for you guys, I believe. Or maybe you still would have been like, well, it was mutual combat. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel about that, but it's still a crime, you know. It's but everything is out there though. Everything is out there. Everything is being put out there. I ain't sending Diddy to jail. He a freak, but he good in my book. Hit that like button, says celebrate life. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, guys. Covering the Diddy trial. Even when I fly out of here for my birthday, we still will cover this trial. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate everybody. We will be covering this trial till its conclusion, until there is a verdict read, guilty, not guilty, or maybe Diddy takes a plea deal. There has been a report out that Diddy turned down a 15-year prison sentence. Diddy turned down a 15-year prison sentence in that plea deal that was offered to him right before trial. He turned it down. Do you think he was smart to turn it down? Maybe he has a chance to beat this. I don't know. Will he be like, well, you know what? Let's plead out. Let's plead out. Let's go ahead and take a plea deal. Let's plead out. You know, too many people been testifying. I think that they got me dead to rights. I do 15 years. I'll be out by the time I'm 70. Maybe a little bit earlier with good behavior. Beware the snake says celebrate life. Lawyers watching lawyers. Raze, they didn't ask you too many questions because it was not on a high profile case like Diddy. Is that fair? Yeah, I mean, I had no idea who the people were, actually. I had no idea who the people were that was being charged. It was a robbery case. It was a robbery case. They did ask me, they was asking me about if I ever been robbed and this and that. And this was when I really first got out of high school. And I told them, well, I did tell them that, yeah, my apartment got broken into. I did tell them that when we was at home and I was a teenager. Bug Travel, Raze, be honest. If you were rich as Diddy or Jay-Z, would you become Pastor Bro or would you stay in U.S.? Bug Travel, the reason these guys became rich, though, Buck, they got no choice. They have to stay in the States because that's where they conduct their entertainment business. That's their home base. That's their headquarters. they have to make money. They have to do these contracts. They have to make these appearances on late night talk shows, on just all types of shows, radio. So they live in the States. Yeah, they can fly out like a passport bro and this and that, but they have to make their millions here in the States for the most part. Of course, they go overseas and do some stuff also. So they get they freak off as a passport bro would abroad also, buck travel. But they always have to really be back in the States because that's where their home base is. And they're gonna want to get their freak off wherever they at, which is gonna be the States because they live here and that's where they're gonna make the most of their money for the most part of the year. You know what I'm saying? Whether they have other artists underneath them, but they gotta attend to all types of stuff, TV shows, acting, So yeah, I mean, so they not gonna just become pastor bros and just go to DR and live out there and just they have to be in the States. So if they're in the States, they are going to get in trouble. Let's just say one of them did move to DR. Okay, so his base is in DR. All right, maybe he don't get in trouble with the girls in DR, but he's got to come back to the States to run his business, to run his entertainment business. He got to. He got no choice. And he's going to do some freakish stuff in the States, and a woman is going to accuse him of something, and he's going to jail. You know what I'm saying? So really, he got no choice. So even if they were to move out to a Colombia or a DR or wherever, they have to be in the United States for a long periods of time because they have to do their business, and they're bound to do a freak off or do a party and do something to a female to get them in trouble. Now, if you're to tell me Buck Travel, if they were to retire and just retire from the industry, have his money, take his money and just retire, a la Russell Simmons, and just go away, and then freak off, and then you're talking. Now that's something different. Now, so that's what you mean, Buck? You saying that if I was rich, see the thing is, it just I mean, if you just talk about hitting lottery or something like that and getting rich and going overseas, then you'll have a point, Buck Travel. But if you're saying making their money like they made their money, they have to be in the States. So they're gonna do, Diddy specifically, they're gonna do that freaky stuff in the States because he got to keep coming back. Now, if you just talk about, you're not a celebrity and you just, you don't have to be in the States. You could take your money, be rich. Or if you was a celebrity and you just say, all right, I'm gonna stop doing this celebrity stuff. I'm gonna just retire and go live abroad somewhere with the millions, But I wouldn't expect Diddy and them guys to do that because, they like the lifestyle. They like being a celebrity, so they have to be in the States most of the time. Even if they did have a home abroad and they got their freak off abroad and didn't get in trouble. Hit that like button, guys. Diddy is a modern day Bible story. I'm still trying to find out who is going to be the next to testify. Buck. Is 50 Cent baby mother going to testify? She was a part of those freak offs. I have zero idea. Maybe your guess is as good as mine, Tony. I'm still waiting. Let's see. I'm still waiting to see who is going to be the next called up. If it's somebody interesting, I stay with it a little longer, guys. Hit the like button, though. I'll stay with it a little longer. We've been on 2 hours now. If it's somebody interesting that's going to be testifying, I'll stay with it. So far, no word on who's going to be testifying next. Let me go to Washington Post and see if they have an update on who's going to be testifying. Washington Post got the updates. Okay, so we getting word on who's going to be testifying next. Okay, so let me All right. Makeup artist Myla Morales to testify at the case. So, all right. Y'all guys want to hear what she has to say? Diddy's makeup artist. Now we know. Now this is. She'll probably testify about Cassie getting beat up. We'll see if she testifies. Did Diddy do anything to her herself? Let me see. Kid Cudi compares Sean Diddy Combs to a Marvel villain in Porsche bombing testimony. All right, Sean Diddy Combs' trafficking and racketeering trial rapper Kid Cudi testified that his home was broken into and that someone blew up his Porsche after Combs learned that he was dating his girlfriend singer Cassie Ventura. Judge reprimands defense attorney Brian Steele over Kid Cudi questioning. Before the court left on its lunch recess, prosecutor Comey had harsh words for Sean Combs' attorney Brian Steele. During cross-examination, Steele had begun a line of questioning, asking Kid Cudi, who goes by the stage name Kid Cudi, Kid Cudi, whether he had a physically intimate relationship with Cassie. So there was some. I'm just reading some notes, guys. Diddy's attorney should have alerted the court that he was going to pursue that line of questioning per all word shield guidelines, said Comey. It was frankly outrageous that it was asked in open court, she said. The judge reprimanded Diddy's attorney Steele, saying that questioning was out of bounds and that he should have told the prosecution that he was going to ask about Cassie and Kid Cudi's sexual relationship. It's not state secrets, judge said. You need to at least let people know. Okay, so that's some, legal back and forth during the lunch break. The court is on lunch break. The government is expected to next call Myla Morales, Cassie Ventura's friend and longtime makeup artist. Okay, so here's another one of Cassie's friend. I don't know if y'all want to hear her testimony. Let's see what she's. The last question prosecutors asked Kid Cudi before he left the stand Thursday morning was about his meeting with Combs and Cassie Ventura in 2011, and they discussed their love triangle. Kid Cudi, whose legal name is Scott Muscudi, testified earlier that Combs told him, "I don't know what you're talking about," when Kid Cudi asked about compensation for his Porsche, which he recently had found burned in his driveway. So Kid Cudi was trying to get compensation from Diddy for burning his Porsche, but Diddy said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Kid Cudi said that he was lying. All right, that Diddy was lying about not knowing about that. Kid Cudi was almost comically casual in court Thursday morning. As my colleague Shayna Jacobs noted, the rapper known as Kid Cudi wore a black leather jacket, white shirt, and jeans. Most men have been wearing suits on the stand. So Kid Cudi went in there with a leather jacket and some jeans. Kid Cudi yawned a few times during his testimony and seemed to take pleasure in describing Sean Diddy Combs as resembling a Marvel villain, quote. When defense attorney Brian Steele thanked Kid Cudi for his testimony, he replied, "Yep, no problem." The defense is using Kid Cudi's testimony to question the character of prosecution star witness Cassie Ventura, whose fling with rapper allegedly incited Diddy to break into his home and burn his car. On cross-examination by the defense, Brian Steele, Kid Cudi said that when he and Combs met to resolve their romantic dispute over Ventura, both men agreed she had misled them into believing she was unattached. So they said both Kid Cudi and Diddy said both men agreed that Cassie had led both men to believe that she was not with any of them, with neither one. So they both got played. So that's what the defense attorney was asking Kid Cudi, that she played both of you guys. You know what I'm saying? The person who played you and the person who played Mr. Combs was Cassie Ventura, Diddy's lawyer said. True. And then so True said Kid Cudi. Okay, so that was just a synopsis of what was going on inside the court today. Kid Cudi, Kid Cudi under cross examination said there was no damage to his Hollywood home in December 2011, the day he believes Sean Combs the day he believes Sean Combs or his associates broke in and unwrapped his Christmas presents. So he's saying that they unwrapped his Christmas presents underneath the Christmas tree. Combs' attorney, Brian Steele, noted that there were no chairs turned over, no glass broken, no holes in the wall. Kid Cudi, a rapper known by his stage name, Cudi, a rapper known by his stage name, Kid Cudi, agreed. He said he left the front door to his home unlocked, so there was no forced entry. Diddy's lawyer highlighted that Combs sounded, in Kid Cudi's words, calm when the two men met later. The defense attorney also asked if Kid Cudi ever saw Combs be violent with Ventura, or if she disclosed any sexual abuse. Kid Cudi says no, he did not see him be violent with Cassie, and she did not mention anything about S abuse. Years after his meeting with Sean Combs, Kid Cudi told prosecutors the two men returned to the same Los Angeles Soho house to clear the air again. Sean Combs brought his daughter, Kid Cudi recalled, and pulled him aside at one point to say, man, I just want to apologize for everything, all that BS. Kid Cudi says, I kind of found peace with the whole situation. Kid Cudi told the jury, that's the last thing I was expecting to get. As he finished his initial testimony, the rapper told the court he had no further beefs with Sean Diddy Combs or anyone else at that time. They saying Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor was off-putting during the Soho House meeting. According to Kid Cudi, he kept offering me water. It was weird that he was so calm. So this is some of the stuff that, the pair talked about. Kid Cudi dating Cassie when she was still in an on and off relationship with Combs. You knew that was my girl, Sean Combs told Kid Cudi, who replied that he had believed Cassie and Combs had broken up. Cassie eventually showed up to the meeting and explained that Kid Cudi and she had fallen in love and things just happened. Oh my God. The meeting concluded with the two men shaking hands. Kid Cudi testified. He recalled asking Combs, what are we going to do about my car? Kid Cudi, also known by his Scotty, also known by his stage name, Kid Cudi, said he made sure to ask the question when our hands were clapped together so he could look Combs in his eye. He said Combs gave him a cold stare and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi took his hand back. Combs seemed surprised. Kid Cudi testified saying, wait, I thought we were cool. Okay, so a little more is coming from the Washington Post of this testimony. Kid Cudi was referring to his Porsche, which he said someone had blown up. All right, they had met in the Soho House the first time the men had seen each other since they entered a love triangle with Cassie. Sean Combs was standing there with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. Kid Cudi testified. But he said Combs spoke calmly, told him they were homies, and said he couldn't understand why Kid Cudi would have a fling with his girl, Cassie Ventura. After finding out that Combs and entourage were at his home, Kid Cudi testified he left a hotel and called Combs as he drove over. Mother effer, you in my house? Question mark. Kid Cudi recalled saying, I want to talk to you. Sean Diddy Combs responded, according to Kid Cudi, I'm over here waiting for you. So yeah, so Combs, according to Kid Cudi, Combs said he was over at the house, at Kid Cudi's house waiting for him. They opened up his presents. They put his dog in the bathroom. Kid Cudi recounted a burglary that took place the day Cassie Ventura told him that Sean Combs knew about their relationship. While Cassie and Kid Cudi were hiding out in the Sunset Marquise Hotel in Los Angeles, they had a phone conversation with Capricorn Clark, an assistant who worked for both Kid Cudi and Combs. Clark sounded as though she was on the verge of tears. Kid Cudi testified. Clark told them that Combs and an affiliate were at Kid Cudi's home in the Hollywood Hills and that she had been forced to go along and was sitting in a car outside Kid Cudi's house. All right, so I had said earlier that that Cassie was forced, but it wasn't Cassie. It was this other lady, Capricorn Clark, was forced to go to Kid Cudi's house. Kid Cudi testified that he thought Cassie Ventura was no longer seeing Combs when he started to date her. The witness, a rapper whose real name is, all right, so I read. All right. Combs discovered the relationship. Cassie said she had given Combs his home address in Los Angeles and feared he might go to Kid Cudi's house to confront him. So Cassie, the one, gave the address of Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi told the jury he knew Combs abused Cassie during their 11-year relationship. He said he took Cassie to the Sunset Marquise Hotel for safety. So there you have it. That was the testimony. Now, Cassie's friend and hairstylist is about to testify. I don't know if y'all guys want to hear that. Maybe we had tuned in a little bit to see if anything interesting. You know, of course, he's going to talk about abuse of Cassie. I just want to know if Diddy did anything to the hairstylist herself. Let me see if they started the testimony. They back from break. Let me see. U.S. is the main industry of the entertainment business. Yeah, it's the main. You know, you're right. The classic one. And, you know, these guys is going to want to stay in the USA for the most part and handle their business. So they're going to freak off in the USA. Okay, they're back in the courtroom, guys. They are back in the courtroom. They are back in the courtroom. Judge says, what's the relevance of these exhibits? The next witness, did Mrs. Ventura's makeup? All right. What's the relevance of these exhibits? The next witness did Mrs. Cassie Ventura's makeup. But what's the purpose of the pictures? It's a 402 issue first, relevance. Now, Combs, another defense attorney for Combs, like I say, he got 10 of them. Combs' defense attorney, Cassie Ventura, testified about her career being impacted. Prosecutor, I'll stipulate. Okay, so I'm just trying to. Judge says this one is of a public event, so what's the problem? Question mark. Prosecutor, it's a low-cut dress. Judge, I'm allowing it in, but not photo 652 nor 745. Bring in the witness and the jury. Prosecutor, what's your name? Witness, Myla Morales. I'm a celebrity makeup artist. So I'm a I'm gonna read to you a few of this testimony. If anything interesting, what this makeup artist is testifying about. Hit the like button, guys. They both played by Trashy Ventura. Yeah, they opened up the Christmas presents, man. Sounds like black. They played the Grinch. They was open up the Christmas presents inside the house, inside his house. Shout out to you, the classic one. Okay, you guys are watching coverage of the Diddy trial. Kid Cudi finished testifying, and now Cassie's makeup artist is here. All right, prosecutor, do you recognize anyone you've worked for? Myla Morales says Sean Combs in the gray sweater and white collar. Prosecutor, when did you work for Mr. Combs? Myla Morales says 2000 to 2005. So she worked for 5 years with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. Prosecutor, then who? Morales says Rihanna. So Rihanna, we got a Rihanna name drop. Rihanna name dropped in this trial for the first time. Prosecutor, who else? Morales said Jennifer Lopez and Cassie. So Jennifer Lopez's name has been dropped. Jennifer Lopez's name. I haven't heard her name drop in the trial. So we got Rihanna, Jennifer Lopez, names dropped. This was a lady that worked for Sean Diddy Combs, year 2000 to 2005, as a celebrity hairstylist. She was a hairstylist for Cassie also. So she worked for Jennifer Lopez and Rihanna. Jennifer Lopez and Rihanna. Will J-Lo be called to testify? Will J-Lo be called to testify eventually? They still got another like 3 to 4 weeks of this testimony coming, so there's going to be a lot of witnesses coming out. Let me see. Yeah, so J-Lo's name has been dropped for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, in an official capacity in this courtroom. And we're going to see what else that this hairstylist had to say. Prosecutor, when did you work with Cassie? Morales says 2007 until COVID. She was like a little sister to me. How much older than her are you? Morales says a few years. Prosecutor, did you see her with injuries on her face? Morales says 2010 Grammy weekend, Prince's party. Okay, I knew the injuries to Cassie was going to come up. Oh, man. Yeah, guys. So Morales is testifying, guys. Morales is testifying, hairstylist, to J-Lo, Rihanna, and Cassie. Just testified that she's seen injuries to Cassie's face 2010. We'll see what else he says. Waiting for further updates. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. I'm going to stick with this testimony, see if she says anything juicy or anything relevant to RICO, trafficking, racketeering. Obviously, the prosecution subpoenaed her for a reason. We all know by now Cassie was beat up by Diddy. We all know that. They have they have proven that. All right, prosecutor, where were you with her? Morales, Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and woke up to the commotion. Cassie walked in. Then Sean Diddy Combs asking, where the F is she? Prosecutor, what did he do? Morales, walk into the bedroom, shut the door. So they're about to testify about more domestic violence. And I want to know, where does the prosecutor go from that though? Like, what are they? Because like I said, they proven domestic violence already. I want to know, what more does this Morales person have to offer besides proving domestic violence? So we're gonna get to that. Hopefully, we get to that. Maybe she was threatening herself. Let me see. For witnessing the domestic violence. All right. Like I said earlier, the Kid Cudi. Everybody gonna have an opinion on the Kid Cudi testimony. Everybody's gonna have an opinion on that Kid Cudi's testimony. Did he do it? Burn that car or not? You know. What did you hear behind the door? Maya Morales says yelling and screaming, both of them. Then Sean Combs left. Prosecutor, what did you see next? Morales says she had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed her things up. We went to my house. Okay, so she just testified, did he beat her up? They left and they went to her house. So let's see, what else does she have besides the domestic violence? So we gotta see. We gotta see what else is she gonna add besides that? Were there any threats made to her personally by Diddy? You're gonna see. We're going to see, because personally, guys, I've heard enough about the abuse angle of this. I understand he beat her up. They proved that. I understand. I believe he did, 100%. I want to hear more about this RICO and racketeering. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what else she has to say. Go ahead and hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. We're gonna stay on a few more minutes. See if she gives something else besides the beat down. T. Williams, hey man, you missed a lot, man. T. Williams, Kid Cudi testified that Diddy burned down his car, but Diddy says he didn't do it. So it's really right now his word versus his word, T. Williams. And T. Williams, as yesterday, as they put, arson falls underneath the RICO. Arson falls underneath the RICO, T. Williams. So it's going to be up for the jury to decide, because there was no real hardcore evidence physically. They did take DNA of the car, but the DNA came back, according to Diddy's lawyer, that was a female DNA. Kid Cudi confronted Diddy about what is he going to do about his car compensation. Diddy told Kid Cudi that, he don't know anything about that. So that's where we are. Kid Cudi says Diddy was lying. Diddy did go to his house. Diddy did, open up his gifts, put his dog in the bathroom. They talked on the phone. Diddy said he was there. Cassie said that she told Kid Cudi where he lives and all this other stuff. So it was a love triangle. They had squashed it, but when they were squashing it, Kid Cudi did ask about compensation for his burnt up Porsche, and they showed the burnt up Porsche pictures in the courtroom. but there's no physical evidence that Diddy actually did the burning. So it's going to be up for the jury to decide, do they believe it? Do they believe Kid Cudi's testimony? Who do they believe? Do they believe Diddy that says he didn't do it? Or do they believe Kid Cudi? So that's where we at right now. And now this hairstylist to the stars is testifying that Diddy beat up Cassie in about 2011 or whatever, 2010. And we just going from there. All right. Then what, says prosecutor when they left to Myla Morales' house, who is the hairstylist. My doctor friend came and examined her to see if she had a concussion. Okay. All right. They saved the best witnesses for last. It's all a setup for the jury to lead up to confirmation of all charges at the end of the trial. Yes. And they're saying that I think it's gonna last another 3 to 4 weeks, this trial. So they got a lot more witnesses to come. Rocky. All right, then what? All right, my doctor friend came to examine her, make sure she didn't have a concussion. It says, what were you afraid of? Morales says, Sean, I feared for my life. Okay, here's another witness saying that she feared for her life. Combs' lawyer says, objection, move to strike. Judge says, overruled. Prosecutor, how long did she stay? For days. Prosecutor, have you done interviews about this incident? Myla Morales says, a couple of interviews. Prosecutor, were you paid? Morales says, no, I wasn't paid for the interviews, talking about the incident. Prosecutor, did you promote evidence? My fault. Prosecutor, did you provide evidence? Did you provide evidence of that incident with Diddy and Cassie? Morales, photos of me and Kim Porter, early 2000s. USA. All right, prosecutor, were you paid? Yes, $10,000. My fault, not 10,000, 1,000. Were you paid? Question mark. It says $1,000. Okay, 1,000, not 10,000. 1,000. $1,000. What did the snitch who got immunity say this morning? Yeah, he testified. T. Williams. He just said that as we wait for more of this testimony from this Morales person. The guy said, the guy that got immunity said, look, he witnessed, I believe on a plane, whatever, Diddy beat up Cassie, and he was instructed to cover up Cassie's scars on her face. So he used some creams and mascara, whatever, to cover up Cassie's scars. He also mentioned again about the buying of Diddy's ecstasy, purchasing Diddy's ecstasy, and just stuff like that, basically. Getting the hotel ready, keeping the hotel clean, so no evidence of the freak off, so it won't get leaked to the press, because he was like, well, how the hotels like to take, photos and leak them to press for pay for money and stuff like that. So he was the cleanup guy to protect Diddy and others from getting leaked to the press. So basically that's what he was saying. But the main one was saying basically he covered up, I guess you could say he covered up a crime, an assault crime of Diddy beating up Cassie and putting makeup on her face to cover up the bruises to her face. So if that, so that was the main thing. Why he needed immunity to say what we already knew. Well, I guess because he covered it up, T. Williams, and he don't want to, because like he said he bought ecstasy for so he actually went to a dealer and bought drugs for Diddy. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he wanted to make sure that he testified he was going to plead the fifth, but you going into court saying you actually purchased drugs and you help cover up the bruises to Cassie's face, which technically that is a crime, it's an assault that you covered up. So I guess to him, he needed some immunity, so he won't get prosecuted for covering up a crime. You know what I'm saying? And for purchasing drugs for Diddy. So yeah, I understand why he would feel that he needed. I mean, even though we knew this stuff, but him actually going out buying the drugs for Diddy, he could get charged for drug dealing. You know what I'm saying? You know, buying drugs. I mean, you know, the government, they could be petty. You know what I'm saying? You know, so he wanted to CYA cover himself. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Or cover himself for not reporting the crime. I guess he could be like, look at it like, look, they might say that I seen Diddy beat her up and I didn't report it. I didn't report a crime. You know, some states have laws against that. You know. So he was like, you know, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. When you have multiple people doing crimes for you, it's a RICO. Kid Cudi said Diddy was at his house. Drugs, guns, prostitution, arson equal guilty. Sorry, Diddy is over already. Yes, and that's what they're putting out there in front of the jury. Now, would all 12 jurors find him guilty? That's the tricky thing, Rocky. You see the evidence. We all see what's going on as far as the testimony. A lot of it is circumstantial, not really hardcore physical evidence. A lot of circuit, you're going to have to just take these witnesses' word for it that they're not lying. And same thing with it. So it is like a percentage chance that one of the jurors could say he's not guilty. You know, so that's why I'm not saying he's 100% going to be found guilty. I do believe that I do believe some of these witnesses. You know what I'm saying? I had no real reason not to believe them. But, you know, one of the jurors could say, no, I don't believe, you know. And you got to remember, some of these witnesses, guys, they are not voluntarily coming to testify against Diddy. They're being forced, subpoenaed, probably threatened with future prosecution. That's why thus given immunity. So, you know, it's not like they're coming volunteering to testify just to do Diddy dirty. You know, I don't think Cassie wanted to testify. I think she got her 30 million overall. I think she was good. I think she's subpoenaed. A lot of these people are subpoenaed and being forced to testify. Okay, so no further questions. Judge cross-examination. So Diddy's team is cross-examining Morales. All right, Diddy's team asks, did you assist Miss Cassie for any red carpet events? Mila Morales, possibly in some music videos, black and yellow. Combs attorney, we have photos, 647, please. So Combs attorney is cross-examining the hairstylist. Yeah, hopefully her testimony is not long. Let's get to the next. Let's get to the next witness. Let's get to the next witness. Hopefully this one don't last long. I'll stick around if they, you know, if this one don't last long and see who's going to be the next one. So right now they're looking at some photos that Diddy's attorney is putting out there in front of the hairstylist. So you will find him guilty. I'm number 14. So I'm juror number 13. You juror number 14. So T. Williams, why wasn't anyone in fear while they were cashing Diddy's checks? Now the money stopped. Everyone's singing. Now, of course, that's what Diddy's lawyers are saying. They are as they cross-examine some of these witnesses, saying you did it for the money. You was looking for a check. You did this. You did that. So. And that's something the jurors would have to look into also. You know what I'm saying? But that does not mean Diddy didn't commit the crimes. even though, remember, he ran a entertainment company, so of course people were going to be going to him to get paid, right? That does not mean Diddy wasn't doing crimes as he was paying people. You know what I'm saying? So because he ran Bad Boy Records. So both things can be true, and that's what the jury is going to have to figure out. We know the human mindset is to get paid first and foremost in a lot of occasions, even before getting justice, or simultaneously. Yeah, I'm gonna get paid while I get justice. So I'm gonna get justice, but I'm a damn sure get some money out of this guy, you know, or I'm gonna continue to, you know, go back to this guy, ask for his help, try to get some money, knowing this guy's a sleazeball, this guy's a scumbag. I do not like this guy, but I gotta pay my bills. I gotta pay my car note. I gotta pay my my mortgage. And this guy has connections, and you know, I take this abuse. I take it. I say see no evil. You know, I say see no evil as long as the checks keep coming. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the human mindset. So we're still waiting to see what happened. They are showing the photos, whatever photos. Hopefully this don't last long. This one, I want to get to the next witness. I mean, if Diddy burnt down Cudi car over 10 years ago, why didn't he press charges? Well, Africa said that he filed a police report. Now, I didn't hear that in the court. They didn't ask him about that in the court. But Africa, the guy in the person, I don't know if it's a male or female, the person in this chat named Africa said that he filed a police report of the incident. T. Williams. And obviously, Kid Cudi really do believe he burnt the car. I believe he did. I mean, it's obvious he did, T. Williams. It's obvious he did. It's just no hardcore evidence that he did. But I mean, they were both, you know, if Diddy was willing to break into the man's house and go in his house and and open up his Christmas gifts, put his dog in the bathroom, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he did. But there's no hardcore, video footage of it or whatever. But I can believe he did that. But Kid Cudi said he came, he was like, all right, they squashed it. It was a lover's triangle. It was a triangle. It was all over Cassie. You could blame Cassie for all of that. You know what I'm saying? And it's squashed. It's over with. Until now, until he called this, I guess subpoenaed to come testify. You know what I'm saying? So I guess Kid Cudi just let it go. See, T. Williams, you gotta remember, these guys are not voluntarily coming out here to try to bury Diddy, T. Williams. Y'all guys gotta remember that. So you can't look at it as these guys are just coming out there to try to. It's the feds, the feds are sending out subpoenas to these people to come testify. It's the feds. They subpoenaed these guys to come testify. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like they're trying to just. It's not like Kid Cudi is going out his way to try to, after all these years, I'm gonna come and bury Diddy. No, it's these being subpoenaed. So he's not gonna really lie on the oath, because if he lies on the oath now, he can get prosecuted later on. Kid Cudi was like, look, I just want some money because you burnt my car, Negro. You know that? Ninja, I know you burnt my car. You burnt my, who else would burn this car? You know what I'm saying? I want payment for my Porsche. He probably not making the money like he used to. I want money for my Porsche, Diddy. You burnt my car. Diddy said I had nothing to do with that. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Photos from video shoot. Combs' lawyer says the goal was that she looked put together, right? Mal Morales says yes. Those photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram, right? Morales says yes. You were in her hotel room, though you live near. Yes. So there was no evidence it was him. Isn't it what you can prove? Not really. I mean, it's what the jury is going to believe. Do the jury believe Kid Cudi's testimony? Now, all it takes is one jury to say, I think he's lying. Now, T. Williams, do you believe Kid Cudi is lying about that incident? Because I've seen people go to jail and there was no physical DNA. There was no uh, physical evidence on all words. That's assault. They just believe the victim. They believe the female victim and said, okay, this guy's guilty. I mean, so there has been cases where you don't have to show DNA evidence. You don't have to show video evidence to, you could just, all right, the witness, if you find a witness credible, you can send that person to jail. That's what I'm saying. So, no, so it doesn't really have to be 100% proof. He showed photos of the fire to the car. Now, who else, T. Williams, would burn that man's car? Who else? Like who else on the planet had the motive to burn that man's car that same night? He was confronted for being with Cassie, you know what I'm saying, by Diddy. Who else? Who else would do that? You know what I'm saying? So the jury, they're not stupid. I think he did burn that man's car. There is no physical evidence. So a jury could, one of the jurors could say, well, there is no physical evidence, so I'm not going to convict him 15 years. But common sense to tell, yeah, Diddy did that. Diddy had somebody do that to the car. You know what I'm saying? Common sense. We all got common sense. Diddy did that to that car, to that man's car. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you're a juror, you can, if they was to say, all right, trial ending today, did Diddy do that to that man's car? Some of the jurors would say, yes, he did, and say, I think he's guilty. A couple of jurors might say, yeah, I think he did it to the car, but I don't feel comfortable giving him 15 years because of the lack of physical evidence. But there is precedent for circumstantial evidence to hold up in court and, convict the guy. Cudi rode to Diddy's freak off to spin a fresh beat, but slipped Diddy's wife, the D, turning up the heat. Same thing happened to R. Kelly. He paid those moms for their daughters' money. Stopped. They wanted their daughters back, who send their 16-year-old to Kelly. 3 years later, you filed. Yeah, but the thing is, the crime was committed, Rocky. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the mother sent 14 to 12-year-olds. If they're underage, you're not supposed to deal with them. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, you can prosecute the parents also, but that does not excuse R. Kelly for dealing with minors. I never understood that argument people was using, saying, well, the parents. Yeah, I mean, if you want to prosecute the parents, if you feel that they sold their kids to R. Kelly, but R. Kelly still got to go to jail for dealing, like you just because somebody's parents offer you their underage kid, that don't give you the right, or the law says you can't deal with them. You still can't have sexual relationships with an underage, a minor. You're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? So people that used to say that, they used to kill me with that. I'm like, what are y'all talking? That's why I'm like, I used to be like, Rocky, I was like, what are these people talking about? Well, the parents, they knew, they gave R. Kelly the kids. Well, then does that excuse R. Kelly for actually dealing with the kids? No. No, it does not excuse R. Kelly for dealing with minors. Don't matter if the parents sold him the kids or not. Let me see. You did an interview with CNN and with Extra TV, Don Lemon, Piers Morgan, right? Morales says yes. Did Dateline reach out to you? I don't look at those anymore. Diddy's lawyer, did you ask the government if you could do more? Question mark. Look at this. Diddy's lawyer, so you asked permission to speak to Dateline. Morales, of course I asked. After the incident, neither Diddy or anyone from his company ever approached you? Question mark. Morales, no one did. Diddy's lawyer, for a documentary, were you paid? Morales says therapy, whatever that means. Okay. I tell people, look, just don't do the crime, because this stuff will come back and bite you. Do not do the crime, no matter, you know. This stuff is going to come back. And celebrities, these guys keep falling into it. They see celebrity after celebrity going down, but they do not learn from the past celebrity that's getting, caught up in this stuff. Tory Lanez case showed us you don't actually have to prove anything. Yeah. You don't have to. if the jury believe the word of the like, I don't see any reason for Kid Cudi to lie. He was subpoenaed. I don't see why he would lie. We've been heard about this story. You know what I'm saying? We've been hearing of that. Diddy did that to that guy's car. Unfortunately for Diddy, it just falls under RICO. As I keep showing you guys, arson is at the top of the list right there. A violation of RICO occurs when a person in connection with an enterprise engages in a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering activity includes arson, bribery, counterfeiting, and on and on. And arson is what was alleged, and that's what the jury is going to have to decide. You know what I'm saying? Do they believe Kid Cudi? That's all it comes down to. Do they believe Kid Cudi? Because there is no photos as far as proving Diddy actually did it, but common sense to tell you, yeah, he had something to do with it. There is no video, but common sense would tell you he did have something to do with it. Now, is a jury willing to send Diddy to jail for 15 years without the video evidence, without DNA? Some juries would, as we've seen with Tory Lanez. Some would. It's not 100%. Some would. It has to be unanimous, though. Would all 12 come to that conclusion that, yeah, Diddy did it? Even if all 12 really believe he did it, you can believe somebody did it, but without 100% proof, would you be willing to send Diddy to jail for 15 years? That's the thing. That's the thing. Would they be willing to? They can. They got the power to. But would all 12? All you need is one to say not guilty. Now you got a hung jury. Now the judge might tell them to go back in and deliberate some more and this and that. You know what I'm saying? You don't need evidence once you know as something so much everyone believes. Yes, you're right, Rocky. You're exactly right, 100%. You're 100% right, Rocky. T. Williams says, without evidence, Cudi was mad Diddy took Cassie from him. Without evidence, Cudi was mad Diddy took Cassie. Look, they were both mad. They were both jealous. Cassie had both of those guys, willing to, kill each other. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, this is a lesson, guys. Don't let these girls, have y'all guys going at each other neck. You know what I'm saying? Kid Cudi could have got killed. Kid Cudi could have killed Diddy that night. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's all over Cassie. All over Cassie. All right. Here we got more. Combs, you sold the photos to CNN for $1,000? Yes. Diddy's lawyers. No further questions, Your Honor. Judge, next witness. Okay. Now we have a new witness. All right. Prosecutor says the general manager of El Hermitage Hotel, LA. Okay. So in LA hotel, oh, is that the hotel that paid Cassie $10 million? El Hermitage Hotel, the owner, well, the general manager of El Hermitage Hotel is coming to testify. Why are you here? Asked the prosecutor. The owner, whose name is Zemmour, I received a subpoena. So the owner, well, my fault, the general manager of that hotel, El Hermitage Hotel, LA. I don't think that's the hotel which I think the hotel that she got beat up was Intercontinental Hotel. But so this is interesting right here. This is interesting. We got the general manager of a hotel in LA is on the stand testifying right now. You have to watch out for people that speak like that. Denise says, I'm just saying the girls never testified. The jury found him guilty. You don't need physical evidence. You're right. You're right about that, Rocky. T. Williams, I'm sure Diddy committed some crimes, but something is wrong with this one man, Rico. Where are the defendants not guilty of Rico? Yeah, I used to think that too. I'm like, where are the other co-conspirators? But they have them. The co-conspirators are the ones that have turned state's evidence. They are the ones that are getting granted immunity. His other defendants, co-conspirators, from what I'm hearing from legal experts, is Cassie. She was flipped. His assistants, the one who was granted immunity, 2 of them was granted some type of immunity over the past couple of days. They were in his organization, worked for Bad Boy Records. Some of them carried guns for him. They were testifying against him. They were in the RICO. That's what I'm gathering. That's what the legal experts are saying from what my research. That's the RICO. These people see the government, but you're right. They're not actually going at. They don't want these other guys. They want Diddy. So they're using the co-conspirators, the people that work for Diddy, giving them immunity. Say, all right, you know what? Just rock with us. Tell us the truth, and you got immunity. We're not going to come at you. But if you don't, hey, we could bring you up on charges too, because you were there. You witnessed all this. You bought drugs for Diddy. He orders you to cover Cassie's face with makeup to cover up the bruises. All right, they're going to combine the guns, drugs, and crime that was committed, but also attached to the company and business. And there goes Diddy, says D Nice. Africa says facts. I think all 12 would agree on the drugs. They will agree with the mail fraud, the extortion, bribery, and maybe arson. They need to prove only 2 crimes to convict Diddy of the RICO. And there you have it right there. They are bringing the heat. The prosecutors are bringing the heat. They have another 4 weeks of this. Like I said, this person is testifying right now. They're going to try and prove bribery here. So this witness right here, this is the hotel. Prosecutors, are you familiar with the hotel's reservation system? Zemmour says, we have a system called Opera. We enter in personal preferences. Prosecutor, how long do you keep them? Zemmour, who is the hotel manager, general manager, they stay forever. So this is interesting to see. You saying they're trying to prove bribery. Bribery is on the list of RICO, on this list right here. That's why I got the list of what's covered by bribery. Let's see. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. This is the general manager of the hotel. How reserved this room? All right. They meant who reserved this room for Sean Diddy Combs? Zemmour, who is the general manager, says Ryan Lopez reserved it. Also, other names were used. All right. Prosecutor, when was the profile first created? Zemmour says 2006. It said Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Then they changed it to Jackie Star. So they were booking these hotels underneath different names, such as Jackie Star. Prosecutor, let's look at 2011 to 2012. So I'm trying to see where they're trying to go with this. I'm quite sure they're trying to reach something. They're trying to go somewhere with this. about these rooms being booked underneath these names. Where are they? So Africa said they're trying to prove bribery with this hotel general manager. I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to prove with this line of questioning. I'm quite sure there's a method to their madness. How reserved this room? All right, who reserves? I read all that. All right, that meant who reserved it now. All right. All right, here's an update right here. It says, all right, this is from Inner City Press. Oh, there's more. In fact, I've been working on the extras for Diddy on. All right, so that's all right. So, all right, so I'm waiting for the more testimony. All right. So far, no further update coming from the hotel general manager. We're trying to see where they're trying to go with this. Africa said they're trying to prove bribery, and bribery is second on this list of what's covered by the RICO Act. Did Kid Cudi say Diddy blew up his car? Yes, MK. He did testify that he believed Diddy blew up his car. He asked Diddy for payment. You know, how is he going to pay for blowing up his car? What are you going to do about that? Diddy said that he doesn't know anything about that. So, you know, so it's really his word versus Diddy's word. What will the jury believe, MK? Yes, MK. Yeah. So what is the jury going to believe? And also, sometimes it comes down to individual. The jury can believe Diddy blew up the car, but still don't care and still not going to send him to jail. Some of the jurors, like, you know, they're like, well, they were both going back and forth, arguing over Cassie. It got heated. Yeah, I believe he blew up the car, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think they were both going back and forth, making threats to each other, and I'm not sending Diddy to jail for that. So that can happen too. These are individual people. These are human beings, man. I'm telling you, because that's something I would think about too, to be honest with you. I know they say follow the letter of the law as a juror, but me, if I was a juror, I'd be thinking about that too. I'd be like, well, they squashed it. They seem to be okay now. No real need to put him in jail because of that. It happened 10 years ago. They seem to squash it, even though Kid Cudi was still kind of mad that even though when they squashed it, he asked Diddy, according to him, about what are they gonna do about the car. He said he doesn't know anything about the car, and then he said he pulled his hand back, and Diddy said, "Wait a minute, I thought we were cool." So, but you know, it's like, am I putting Diddy in jail so far down the road? You know, that happened years ago. Am I going to put him in jail 15 years for that? I could. I got the power to as a juror. I might say, Kid Cudi didn't really want to testify anyway. He was forced to come here. Do I really want to put it? So that could come into, I'm just being real. That could come into my mind as a juror too. Even though I think he did blow that man's car up or have it blown up. Come on, I'm not stupid. Who else would do that on the planet? You know what I'm saying? Who else had motivation to blow his car up besides Diddy in that moment? But do I really want to put him in jail for that? Because it was so long ago now. If it was just yesterday, if it was last week, and you know, this was a trial, and you know, Kid Cudi was still mad, and you know, and he feared for his life, and this and that. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends. But guideline instructions, which some people in Africa was saying, the judge is going to say, yo, follow the guidelines. You must convict if you feel this and feel that. If it follows, you know what I'm saying, the guidelines of what you heard in the testimony. I'm just giving you how I'm giving y'all guys my point of view. If I was a juror, how I would be thinking, sitting, listening to this case. I'm admitting that, yeah, I think he burned that man's car. But would I actually be willing to put Diddy in jail for 15 years because of it? Knowing they were going back and forth, knowing they were instigated by Cassie Rivera. You know what I'm saying? Would I be willing to, you know, put him in jail for 15 years? Even though the guidelines would say, yeah, he committed RICO by doing an arson and having his boys do the arson. Do I really want to punish him for that since they have made up? And you know what I'm saying? It's been so long. I got the power to, but would I pull the trigger? I'm not a robot. I'm not AI. I don't, you know, you didn't put that, this list of crimes into my brain and say I must 100% because of the software. I'm not a robot. I have a mind of my own. I could say I'm not going to put him in jail for 15 years. Can I give him 1 year? Is there a way? No, you can't. Well, if I can't give him less than 15, then I say not guilty. So, you know what I'm saying? So that can happen with one of the jurors too. I'm just putting scenarios out there inside all these 12 jurors' heads. Some jurors like, yes, guilty. He did it. He committed that arson. What? 15 years minimum? Yes, 15 years guilty. Some jurors would follow that, and have that mindset. You know what I'm saying? I would be trying to look for a way. All right, he did it. All right, we want to punish him, give him another year. We can't do that. Raise a raise. Got to be minimum 15 years. If you find them guilty, well, all right. I don't really want to put them in jail 15 years for that arson. You know what I'm going to do? Not guilty. Hung jury. There you go. I've seen a video, guys, and this is where I warn guys about the female. I've seen this video just last night. It was out there in Chicago, and the guy has been arrested, but it was at a gas station. There's a female. She had a nice little booty on her, African American, and the guy was African American. She parked the car at the gas station. She went to order some cigarettes at the window, and it showed this guy in red hat, red leather jacket, had his money out, was staring at her booty. I guess he probably said a couple of things to her, probably a little flirtatious. And as she walked away, he just went to the window to order what he was ordering. Another dude came out of the passenger side of the car. She went to the driver's seat because she was driving. He came out with a gun, confronted the dude real quick. The dude pushed the gun away from his face. The dude didn't shoot at the moment. So they was talking for like a good 60 seconds back and forth. All of a sudden, the dude with the gun started smiling and just popped him. He shot about 12 shots and killed the guy. All because the dude was flirting with the guy, female. Now, I don't know what was said when they was exchanging the words right before the gunshots, but that's what I'm saying. You can't let these females. Now, this guy's doing life in jail. You know what I'm saying? Because of a female. He couldn't handle that somebody was flirting with his girl at the gas station. And I guess the guy, I didn't know she was with somebody. He was in the car. You in a car tinted windows. I had no idea she was with somebody. You know what I'm saying? But the guy killed him. You know what I'm saying? You was in the car. You was in the car. He didn't know she was with you. How would he know that she was with you, bro? You popped out the car. First thing you did when you popped out the car, you said a couple of words and you just pointed the gun at him. He pushed the gun away. You held yourself, but after like 30 seconds of back and forth, you killed the man. All right. No excuses. We have an update. No excuses for being a sucker for some used up box. Says celebrate life. Guys crash out. It's about crash out. Ninjas are crashing out daily, hourly out in the States, man. Over females. All right, prosecutor, the reservation, what's the bill? The general manager of the hotel says $2,000, over $2,000. It says only charge if Christina Karam approves. Prosecutor, what were the instructions? General manager of the hotel, put room out of service for cleaning, like the room hot. Set it for 75 degrees. So I said, I guess make the room hot. Set it for 75 degrees. Prosecutor, what are these complaints? Hotel general manager, candle wax on carpet, security called, charged $5,000. Prosecutor, no further questions. Judge, cross-examination. Defense, none. Next witness. So they on to the next witness. The next witness, we call Special Agent Josh Croft or Kraft. Let me see. Croft. Special Agent Josh Croft. So, new witness. I'm going to stick with this. They call a Special Agent T. Williams. So this Special Agent might be testifying about more RICO. So give me a second. Let me go to the notes. Give me a second. Special Agent Croft is taking a stand to testify against Diddy. What will this Special Agent Croft testify to? What he seen? Did he make an arrest? What role does this special agent that is being called right now? Is that the dude with the red Averex jacket? That's yeah. Oh, you seen it? Yeah. T. Williams. Yeah, that was cold, bro. That was cold. T. Williams out there in Chicago at the gas station. Looked like bro only looked at her butt. I don't think he even said nothing. Wow. Yeah, bro. Now you doing 25 years of life because of that, T. Williams? Man, I mean, you killed that man because of that. And I'm quite sure you looked at her booty too when you grabbed her up. You know what I'm saying? So people gonna look at her booty. You know what I mean? He didn't know you was with her. What attracted you to her? her booty, more than likely. You looked at her booty. This guy looked at her booty just like you did when you first got with her. He didn't disrespect you. He didn't know you was in that car. I could see if he was standing right next to you, or well, she was standing right next to you, and he seen you and he disrespecting you by, you know, looking at her up and down. If you feel, I still wouldn't kill. I still say don't kill a guy because you're going to jail. But I mean, come on. And it seemed like that guy was trying to reason with him, T. Williams, and he just wouldn't accept it. He had in his mind to shoot that guy once he seen that guy looking at that his girl butt. You know what I'm saying? Special agent is on the stand, guys. Special agent is on the stand. Kid Cudi testified earlier that his car was set on fire. He says Diddy did it. Diddy denies. Matter of fact, let me add that to the banner. Because, yeah. What will this special agent have to say? Obviously, he has something to say, or else, otherwise, the prosecutors would not have been calling him. She was average at best. Yeah, she was average. Nothing to crash out over. I've dated some bad chicks before, and dudes will try you over a bad chick. Yes. You know, you mean like you love who you love. You don't necessarily, you can crash out over a mediocre girl, but because if you love her and you feel somebody coming at her, you want to protect her, right? Even if she was a 9 or a 10, even if she was prime Jennifer Lopez, T. Williams, he was wrong for stepping out that car because dude had no idea he was even there. You know what I'm saying? He was even in the car. You know, even if he knew another person was in the car, he had no idea that, you know, it could have been his son. It could have been, you know, a brother or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And he would just look, you know, you got to hold your temper. You're just going to end up in jail over something small and stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the female went back in the car and said, you know, this guy disrespected me and this and that. You're trying to, it just, so you kill somebody because it's a death wish to look at somebody's girl these days. So, I mean, gotta know how I move, right? T. Williams in the States. Oh man, what a disaster. Let's see what this special agent is saying, guys. Special agent is testifying right now. This special agent name is Josh Croft. Okay. Prosecutor, where do you work? Agent Croft says, Homeland Security Investigations. I extract data from computers. What is your training? Agent Croft, the SANS Institute. Prosecutor, what does that stand for? Agent Croft says, I don't really know. They are OPEC in that way. Okay. Okay, so this guy who's testifying, he extracts data from, I guess, computers and stuff. He extracts data from computers, yes. So he's part of Homeland Security. So we're going to find what was, remember they confiscated computers from Diddy's home Cassie even said she gave the feds her computer. So I guess this guy was in charge of extracting information from those computers. So this can get interesting. What was found on those computers? Guys, hit the like button. This can be hardcore evidence right now. What if threats were on those computers and messages, and they extracted Diddy threatening? So you know what? I'm not gonna even say that because let's just see. Let's just see what evidence, what was extracted from those computers, because the jurors might want some hardcore evidence on some of this stuff instead of just hearsay, or not hearsay, instead of just testimony of circumstantial evidence. Maybe there is some messages on these computers that they have, and some stuff that probably was deleted that they extracted in Diddy's own words that might nail them. So that's just my speculation on why they have this Homeland Security guy there that extracts information from computers. This could get interesting. This could be some interesting information right here. What did he extract from those computers? Obviously, he extracted some stuff. What did he extract? This can be some solid evidence for some of you guys that are looking for evidence. Solid evidence. Receipts, as we call it. So no update yet. Let me go to the Washington Post, see if they have anything. Raze, do you think Diddy is cooked now after Kid Cudi testimony? I would say this. I think Diddy did burn that man's car. Because why? So if I was on a jury, it comes down to, if I was on a jury, do I care after all these years that he burned that man's car? What's my attitude towards that? They made up. Now I had to think about this if I was on a jury. I'm not gonna come up here and say, "Oh, I need hardcore evidence." Yeah, he burned that man's car. He burned the car. From the testimony, the timeline, he burned that man's car. I believe Kid Cudi that he burned the car. Even though Kid Cudi didn't see him burn it, who else would burn the car, right? He burned the car. Am I putting Diddy in jail for 15 years for that? Can I put him in jail for less time? If they say no, I can't. Would I find Diddy guilty and put him in jail? And that's tough. These other charges, do I feel that he's guilty? If I felt he's guilty of these other charges, I might just go ahead and say, all right, give him 15 years. It just depends. It just depends on my state of mind. It depends on these other charges. We combining the other charges with the arson. I don't know if I would just put him in jail because of the arson 15 years. I know it was bad. It was years ago, though. I don't know if I would do that. But if I felt he did stuff that was so egregious, besides the arson, but like I said, they made up already. They made up. They made up. Kid Cudi didn't even want to come testify, more than likely. He was subpoenaed. I don't think I would throw him in jail after so much time. But before there's other stuff that's coming out, I might feel that, it's time to lock him up. Who knows? So, like I said, it's not a slam dunk 100%. I do think, as far as the arson, I do think that, people are going to come out and say, yeah, Kid Cudi buried Diddy. He buried them. It's over for Diddy. But it's not 100% because it depends on what the jury is thinking. All it takes is one to say, nah, I don't want to put him in jail for 15 years over that. It was the lover's quarrel. It was nobody died. Yeah, a car was burned. But I'm not putting him in jail for 15 years. I'm going to hang this jury. I'm going to say not guilty, so. But the prosecutors, I think they doing a good job of putting that stuff out there in the jury's heads. So they all putting it out there. I believe Cudi when he said Diddy did burn the guy's car, you know, but I'm not on the jury. So when you say buried him, I believe he put it out there that where jurors can believe, and I think it's just common sense that Diddy did burn that man's car. But it's still his word technically versus this is still his word versus his word. Who do the jury believe? It's 12 jurors. That's what we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? So for me to say he's cooked, I don't know, because I don't know what's inside this jury's head. I don't know. It's 12 jurors. So I can't really say he's cooked. Now, if he was on video burning that man's car, yeah, then you could say he's cooked, because the jury sees the evidence. They see that he actually burnt. They don't have the out to say there's no physical evidence. They wouldn't have the out to say that. Now, technically, they could still say, look, they made up why put him in jail for 15 years. But the letter of the law, you just never know for jury trial. You just never know. So I wouldn't say he's cooked. I would say the prosecutors are doing a great job of putting the evidence out there over the past couple of days. As far as circumstantial evidence, I would say that. They doing a great job of putting circumstantial evidence and flipping witnesses. That's what I would say. Now, it's up to the jury to decide. I heard Kid Cudi's baby mother burnt up his car. So you're saying, y'all see, now you throwing but why would Kid Cudi burn up his? Why would Kid Cudi's mother burn up his car in that very moment that he's confronting Diddy? You know what I'm saying? What's the odds of that? What's the odds of that happening, Tony? All of the lawyers on YouTube are saying that the prosecutors are doing terrible. Tony missed. Maybe because it's a lot of circumstantial evidence. See, nowadays people want DNA testing. People are looking for video evidence because there's so many videos out there, so many social media. Everybody got cameras. Everybody's filming, quick to pull out their phones. So these days, people are now conditioned to have video evidence and DNA. But you can get a conviction without any of that. Tony missed. I mean, the prosecutors could do but so much if they don't have, if they weren't, if they weren't there if there was no cameras around to catch Diddy and his associates burning that car, what are they going to do? All they can do is put Cudi on the stand and let the jurors hear his testimony, and or the all 12 jurors are going to believe his testimony or not to convict him. If they had the arsonist on the stand, then you would have a RICO. And you just never know. Maybe they have flipped one of these guys to come up and say, yeah, he was the one that burnt the car. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But they have the RICO. If the jury say that they believe or Diddy burned that car, that falls under RICO. I mean, it falls under it. I mean, I'm looking at it, arson, bribery. Y'all can believe that he did go to the house not alone. He went, opened up that guy's presence. You know what I'm saying? That will fall under RICO. That's why they do the RICO, because the RICO makes it easier to get a conviction. You know what I'm saying? Now, whether or not the jurors would cooperate in the plan of the prosecutors, that's a whole nother question. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother question. I'm gonna repeat that. Diddy's, rapper Kid Cudi testified that he believes Combs broke into his home and firebombed his Porsche after learning that Kid Cudi was dating singer Cassie. If all 12 jurors believe that, Diddy is going down underneath the RICO for arson. I mean, it's all up to those jurors. I gave my opinion on if I was a juror. I would. It's 50-50. I guess I would combine the other testimony. If I had a bad taste in my mouth about what Diddy has been doing, then I might go ahead and say, hey, give the ninja 15 years. You know what I'm saying? I might just say that. Go ahead and give him. Let him sit for 15 years. I know he burnt that guy's car. I don't need the physical evidence. I don't like all this other stuff he's been accused of doing. Go ahead and sit this guy down 15 years. But that's an individual jury thing. You know what I'm saying? Every juror going to make that decision. You know, on their own. You know. They are saying they are waiting for the big boom of evidence. Even if he burned the car, that's not a RICO. They fumbled this case because they decided to go RICO when they could have. Well, on this list, it says Austin is covered. You see on the screen? Austin is covered underneath the RICO. Austin is covered underneath the RICO. Obviously, Diddy probably didn't burn the car himself. He probably had somebody that worked for Bad Boy, one of his securities, burn that car. That falls under RICO. From what I'm looking at, that will fall under the RICO because he had somebody that worked for him burn that car. They're trying to say Bad Boy Records itself was a criminal enterprise. So if Diddy had somebody burn that man's car on behalf of him, meaning on behalf of him, Bad Boy Records, you know, he's the CEO, that falls under RICO underneath their definition. And it includes Austin. So Diddy could have burned the car himself. Well, he's the head of Bad Boy Records. Austin. If he hired somebody to do it, one of his assistants did it. Austin told the dude by the boss of the criminal enterprise, which is Bad Boy Records. We still got to see what this special agent is testifying. I'm looking for an update, what he has to say. Convicted him on so many other things. I think people were really, because I was confused. All of that stuff falls under RICO. I think people are confused, and I was too, and I don't fault them. Look at this list I have on the screen. Yeah, you were like, well, they probably should have charged them for domestic violence. That's separate. That's not under the RICO. They should have probably charged them for arson in itself, but that's already covered under the RICO. They don't have to charge them for mail fraud. They don't have to charge them for kidnapping. It's already under RICO. It's broad. It makes it easier for the conviction. All that stuff is covered underneath the RICO. So once they charge them with RICO, they don't have to charge them individually for arson or bribery. That falls under RICO. That's how they took out the mob. That's how Giuliani took out a lot of the mobsters and got them to flip on each other in the 80s, in the early 90s. RICO means everyone gets tried together, and if one person is found guilty, they are all guilty. Now, people are suggesting that, like, people like Cassie, these assistants that turned state evidence that were given immunity, they were co-conspirators. They were the co-conspirators in the criminal enterprise, according to the government, that they worked for Bad Boy Records, which is a criminal enterprise headed by Diddy, and that these people are given immunity to testify against Diddy. They are the co-conspirators. They are technically the unindicted co-defendants, which they're not. But the government can do whatever they want. I'm realizing this. They have tricks. That's why they have such a high conviction thing. They have tricks. This is so broad and vague, which is, I know it's under, I didn't understand it until I did more research. This is wild how the government can do this, but they had the power to do this. All of this stuff is underneath that. Extortion, gambling, homicide, kidnapping, mail fraud, robbery, money laundering, arson, bribery, counterfeiting. They don't have to charge individuals. That's all for they charge that all of that is so broad. The government is slick. They know what they're doing. They are slick. They are slick. I mean, it's messed up, but that's how they were able to bring down a lot of the mobsters. Gotti and them. And then you throw in the vagueness of the S trafficking that they added to the charges, which is pretty much bringing people across straight lines to engage in sex, which I don't agree with. I don't believe that should be a crime if they are of age, if they wasn't kidnapped, if they are consenting adults. I don't believe that should be sex trafficking. But technically it is. Even if they consenting adults and you bring them to an area to pay them for sexual acts, sex trafficking according to that law. I don't agree with it at all. But like I said, the government is slick. They got if they want you, they're gonna get you, man. They're gonna get you. You don't have to agree with it, but I mean, I'm like right now, because yesterday I was like, well, yeah, but as I'm starting to do more research on what RICO is, they don't have to charge these individuals. This is all falls under RICO. We are the co-defendants. The co-defendants was this guy. Because I used to say the same thing. I was like, who is the co-defendants? I thought RICO was like multiple people. They're saying he's running a criminal enterprise. So, all right. So who else is on trial? Who else? I thought the same way, T. Williams, when I was covering it, when they first arrested him. I was like, wait a minute. This is what's going on. Where are the other co-defendants in the RICO? Who else was in the criminal organization? Well, you know what? They're testifying. And they turn the states of evidence. They are testifying. This guy. Now, this guy, not that guy, not the Punisher. This was one guy right here. We remove this. This guy, David James, who had worked for Bad Boy Records founder, he said, I believe he carried a gun to go confront Suge Knight. Or he went with, if he didn't have the gun, he had a gun, and the other guy, DJ Rock, DJ Rock had a gun, as him and DJ Rock and Diddy went. They was in LA. They went to go confront Suge Knight, and they had guns. And he worked for Bad Boy Records. He got scared. He said he quit Bad Boy Records after that. He was scared for his life for whatever reason. They told him, don't say this and don't say that. He was scared for his life after that incident. They could say that was Diddy ordering his fellow workers that work under him in this criminal organization, which is Bad Boy Record, that would take guns to go confront Suge Knight out there inside LA. So this guy had got some type of immunity, and he testified. The guy yesterday and the guy today that was granted immunity. His other assistant, who said that he ordered drugs, including ecstasy, for Diddy. That he covered up Cassie's face when Diddy beat her up. He covered it up with makeup and stuff. So covering it up, basically a crime at the orders of Diddy in this alleged criminal organization, which is Bad Boy Records. Yeah, you guys seen what happened. You witnesses, You seen what happening. You were the co-defendants. These people technically were the co-defendants, T. Williams. These guys that are testifying that have been getting immunity. This guy right here, George Kaplan. He said he did not want to incriminate himself. He was going to plead the fifth, so they granted him immunity. Why would he want to plead the fifth so he won't incriminate himself? Because he was doing illegal stuff for Diddy inside the criminal organization, which they say is Bad Boy Records. Thus, in a way, that's RICO. Because they're saying Bad Boy Records is a criminal organization. If these guys wouldn't have flipped and testified that it was granted immunity, they probably would have been charged as well as co-conspirators and guilty by association by not reporting the crimes or engaging in buying drugs. I know it could be petty, but that's how the government work. They scare the hell out of you and get you to flip. They threaten you with some years in jail or prison, and you flip, even though that's petty because he was getting the drugs for Diddy, for Diddy's personal use, not to sell, not to traffic drugs, not to do intercontinental drug trafficking. It's not Pablo Escobar. But the feds can scare the hell out of you and get you so scared that you would go on the stand and start spilling the beans about stuff that me and you might think is petty and might think is small, but the feds is saying that that's illegal. RICO, criminal organization, which is Bad Boy Records, headed by the kingpin, Diddy. That's what the feds are doing. Now, T. Williams, will the jury buy it? That's the question. Do the jury really care? It just depends on that jury, those 12 jurors. Now, let's see what this special agent has to say. The RICO Act was actually intended for the mob. You're right. Yes. Because it was hard to get them on solo things. So that's why they did that's like, let's do a blanket RICO Act. Make it blanket RICO. Blanket RICO. Make it easier to get a conviction. And that's exactly what they did, and that's what they're doing with Diddy right now. Now, it's not gonna be automatic because will the jury bite? That's the thing. Will the jury go ahead and convict them? And, the jury has to convict. You know what I'm saying? It's not automatic that they are going to convict. That's why I'm not saying it's automatic that Diddy is cooked, because I don't know what's going on in each individual juror's head. Would they think the government is being petty? Like I do, I believe they're probably being petty on some of this stuff to flip some of these people that work for Diddy. I think they're being petty. I don't be liking their tactics a lot of times. Would a juror think like me and be like, you know what, I'm not going to convict them because I don't like the way the government is handling this. I don't like their tactics. So that can happen. So I'm not going to say that 100% he's going to be convicted. All right, so this special agent that was extracting information from these laptops. All right, so now we got some more information, some more questioning from Special Agent Croft, who is another witness. All right. What is unallocated space? Agent Croft says something not viewable, something previously deleted. Prosecutor, explain how computers store data. Agent Croft says you have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in unallocated space. Okay. So obviously they're going to be talking about extracting information from the computers that were seized by the feds. Of course, Cassie testified that she gave up her laptop. Probably a lot of stuff was deleted, and this guy, who is a special agent, was able to take out, fresh out or flesh out some of the deleted stuff that on these computers. So I'm just trying to see where they going with this. Maybe they have Diddy on record saying certain stuff, admitting to certain stuff. Okay, so on these 3 laptops, so there was 3 laptops. So the prosecutor says, so on these 3 laptops, how were they backed up? Agent Croft says iTunes was used before iCloud. Some looks a little funky. Prosecutor, but you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. Agent Croft says yes. Prosecutor, nothing further. So they didn't really. All right, so let me see if they got. All right, defense. On one of the laptops, there was a Frank Black profile, ? Agent Croft says yes. Diddy's defense. Did you process every file? Agent Croft says yes. Defense. Have a wonderful weekend. Prosecutor. Frank Black. Did you proceed under Mrs. Cassie's consent? Agent says yes, under warrant. No, under warrant, not under Cassie's consent. So they went through the Cassie's computer, not under Cassie's consent, but under a warrant. Under a warrant. And they said something about Frank Black, which was another name Diddy was using. Compare, because Frank White, a name that Biggie Smalls used to use. I'm trying to see any details of what he found on the computer, because there were 3 laptops. Because the prosecutor just said, all right, no further questions on the warrant. What was on those computers? Did they show anything what was on the computers? I'm not seeing it over here. They didn't say what specifics he unearthed on the computers. Maybe that'll come up later during the trial. I don't know. Why wouldn't it come up right now? Why this guy is testifying? But because they just said on the laptop there was a Frank Black profile. Yes. Did you process every file? Yes. Have a wonderful weekend, says the defense. Prosecutor comes back. Frank Black, did you proceed under Cassie's consent? Agent says under warrant. So y'all take that. I'm just, I don't know what that's all about in detail, but they went through those computers. So I'm quite sure that's going to play into evidence somehow later on during the trial. But so far, I haven't seen any details on what was found on the computers, except that he had got a warrant to go inside and bring up some files underneath Frank profile. All right, Judge, no more witnesses. Jurors, I intend to release you early. Any objections? Laughter. Don't read anything about the case. Go for a walk. Watch the Knicks avenge their game 1 loss. Laughter. And you must tattle. We're making great progress. All right. So that ends the court session. So Kid Cudi testified. Special agent testified. Who else testified? The guy from yesterday continued his testimony. The guy that got granted immunity. What are y'all guys thinking? Did Kid Cudi prove arson? That's the main question. And we'll see the court of public opinion. But really, court of public opinion don't matter. It's going to be all about those 12 jurors. And what do they have to say about the case? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? They needed a warrant for Cassie computer because they knew he wasn't innocent. Desmond says, Raze, I had no idea that you love this stuff like this, but you're doing your thing. Thank you. Hey, hey, it gives me something to talk about. I like, discussing this. I like discussing this stuff anyway in my private time. So I say, hey, what the hell not? Let's do it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it on YouTube. Rico was created for people like El Chapo. Diddy is a saint next to him. Hey, T. Williams, but you can have your opinions about that. I have my opinions about that, but they're using it. They're using. We could be mad about it. We could be like, yo, they're using it in a way where it shouldn't be used. That's what the jurors have to decide. If you could get all jurors to think like you, T. Williams, that they're using it in a way that wasn't really intended, why they're using it on a pop star like Diddy, Puff Daddy. If you could get the jurors, if the defense could get the jurors to come to that conclusion, or if the jurors already have in their head that they should not be using Rico in this manner, then they'll find Diddy not guilty. Well, at least a couple of them would, right? It's all about the jurors. Our public opinion don't really 100%. It doesn't matter at all, to be honest with you. It's all about those jurors that the judge just gave instructions to not to watch anything about the case. Watch the Knicks avenge the game one choke job loss from last night, the Indiana Pacers. But it is fun to talk about, T. Williams. It is fun to talk about. Like I said in the beginning, I was like, where the hell is the other co-conspirators? Where the hell is the other? It's Rico. Where is this Rico? How is it just a one-man Rico? If there was if Bad Boy Records was a criminal organization, who were the other criminals? Who was working for Bad Boy that were criminals? Why aren't they being prosecuted? But the government plays in a certain way. The government plays in a certain way. They got all that stuff underneath Rico. So for people that's saying they should have charged them with this, they should have charged them with that. No, all of that stuff they did. It's all vague. It's under Rico. They don't have to charge them individually. And it's a superseding indictment, so they can come back and charge them with other stuff. Hell, technically they can charge them with the domestic violence if they want, because it's a superseding indictment, so they can add other charges. But Rico, they got it covered. They got all these charges covered under Rico. That's how the government play. That's why their successful rate with these are so high, because they lump all of this underneath the Rico. And they only had to prove 2 of them. I'm understanding more as I watch this and how the government plays. Guys, do not get hit with a Rico, guys. Do not go out there trying to play like you Mr. Big Time. You get hit with a Rico, your ass is grass. So guys, that's it for today. Thank you for watching. We'll be back live tomorrow. We'll see what else, what other people are going to testify. I have no idea who's going to testify tomorrow. I know Diddy's chef is supposed to testify eventually. And who knows what other, there's 4 more weeks of this. So 4 more weeks of surprise witnesses and testimony, guys. Jarbardi versus, I can't screen share on this device right here. I would, but I can't screen share it. I would have to next time. You know what I would do? I'm gonna check that out. I'll save it and I'll play it. I'll upload it on the when I come back live tomorrow. When I have I want to know who's gonna testify tomorrow. So when I come back live tomorrow, Style King, salute Style King. Keep bringing the news, bro. This is the only news source for me. Shout out to you, Style King Travel. I appreciate you, Style King, out there abroad doing your thing. Not getting in trouble with the freak off, Style King. Oh, man. In closing, Kid Cudi testifies Diddy set car on fire. Diddy denied it. And that was the main thing as far as the juicy stuff, as far as the public opinion. But this other stuff, it's important too. In front of the jurors, the 12 jurors, we'll see how the 12 jurors respond to this when it comes time to say guilty or not guilty. That's going to be one hell of a day. That day, I might go out to the court. I might stand outside. But really, I mean, I might stand out. I just bring multiple devices, and I go live, and I update what's going on from inside from multiple devices. I gotta carry multiple devices because it's more convenient for me to do it from inside because I got multiple devices. I can check in, but I can do this from outside. So as long as I have connection, I connect my my devices to each other to get some connection from outside that courthouse, especially when they're about to say guilty or not. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be bedlam. It's going to be crowded out there, especially if it's a nice hot day. It's going to be bedlam out there. So we'll see what other witness can they bring up that's going to be more juicier to follow than Kid Cudi. Will they call J-Lo? Will they call Suge Knight, of all people, since they keep bringing Suge Knight up? They keep bringing Suge Knight up about them going with guns to go confront him. They brought him up twice on 2 different days. Will they, I know he's locked up. Will they transfer him to this court to testify against Diddy? That would be crazy if Suge Knight was up here to testify. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would break the internet. Suge Knight won't snitch. Well, what did they subpoenaed him? What did they subpoena T. Williams? I haven't heard no update, JM on Finger. I'm assuming he's still locked up. Haven't heard no update since. Well, Suge Knight has already been saying a lot of stuff from those prison interviews already, T. Williams. So I wouldn't say he wouldn't snitch. You know how much stuff Suge Knight been saying over the years? Like throwing out allegations and wild allegations. I don't know if you want to believe them. These guys have been talking, sometimes self-snitching over the years on social media, even before he was in jail, man. So I wouldn't put it past them. Maybe he wouldn't want to be on record, but if they subpoena him, he would have no choice. But he could plead the fifth and ask for immunity. But I don't know. Maybe he might feel that he don't want to be on record and be called a snitch in the court. Maybe he cares more about. I don't know. But these dudes been saying all types of stuff, basically snitching on people, off the record, but on YouTube for years, doing phone call interviews saying this guy did this guy did that. So they've been already snitching. Dry snitching. Not official, but dry snitching. They call it dry snitching. You never seen Suge Knight cooperate with the feds? Yeah, but I was saying dry snitching, not in an official capacity, T. Williams. I'm talking about just saying stuff that other guys, talking about personal business, talking about stuff that happened, in the streets over the years by doing these interviews, giving his opinions on certain artists and on Diddy Combs himself. You know what I'm saying? So dry snitching, not in an official capacity, going in front of a grand jury snitching. I'm not saying that. So but it's what really, but we'll see. Let's see. Desmond, if Suge Knight came to this trial, it would turn this thing into an absolute circus. Yeah, that would blow the roof off the building out there in South Manhattan. That would blow the roof off the building out there in South Manhattan. But maybe Suge Knight would just plead the fifth. Maybe he wouldn't really do it because of that court of public opinion. If he does snitch on an official Diddy trial, he might not want to be looked at as that. Even though, like I said, dry snitching is real, and all these guys have been dry snitching on themselves and each other on YouTube Instagram and social media for the past 15 freaking years. So, you know, they've been throwing out wild allegations on each other for years, dry snitching on each other anyway. But maybe Suge Knight wouldn't want to do it in a quote unquote official capacity in front of a jury. You know what I'm saying? So his name is spelled Suge, not Shug. But that will be interesting. Like I said, because when they subpoena you, you really got no choice. But what you could do is you can do like Homeboy did and said, I plan on pleading the fifth. I didn't want to be here because Suge Knight, he could do that. He could be like, look, I know y'all brought me out here. All right, I'm here. Y'all can't hold me in contempt, but I'm going to plead the fifth. I'm pleading the fifth. I'm not talking. And that'll be that. He could do that, T. Williams. But if he do that, that still would be huge. So them just doing a subpoena for him to come would still be huge. That'd be big media circus out there. And, you know, so even if he just pled the fifth, that's still going to be huge, you know? He was paid to tell that story, T. Williams. Yeah, but, you know, still, you can still, you know, turn the money down and not tell a story. Because you still, you know, that's still dry snitching. You know what I'm saying? When you go do an interview and tell a story, that's all snitch. That's all dry snitching. It's just not, you're just not doing it in an official courtroom capacity. You know what I mean? But you're still letting people business out. You know what I'm saying? You know, that wasn't out before. You know. And that stuff you're saying could get people jammed up and arrested eventually. They'd be like, well, the feds are watching these interviews. You know what I'm saying? Feds are watching these interviews. But there's no guarantee that Suge would because I'm thinking now, when you just said that Suge might not want to, you know, go. I mean, he had no choice, but he would probably plead the fifth. He'd just probably plead the fifth and not give up anything in an official capacity, because he would get blowback. His street cred would be, you know, take a hit. All right, guys. So till later on tonight and tomorrow. Thanks for watching. I'm Raze. I am out.